Hey boys, good morning. Just had breakfast, got a coffee. We're about to start with new game in Gladius. We're gonna be doing Gladius all day until WoW raid this evening, and probably more Gladius after the raid. This episode of Gladius is gonna be different because we're gonna go in depth for new players and those people not really familiar with the game but still watching. So if you want to learn about the game, this is the video to watch. We're going to talk about nearly everything to the best of my knowledge. Keep in mind, my experience from the game is single player, so multiple side of the game don't really exist to me.
Thank you for this, Alec.
Thank you, Babylonians, for the bits. We're gonna be doing another Orc Apocalypse game before we change the scenario what we're gonna be doing. So let's begin. First start with a sip of coffee. Oh yeah. New game. So this is the game lobby where you create a setup for your game. It's kind of like, you know, a skirmish scenario where you pick up your race, your faction, which there are plenty of them. Several are behind DLCs. I feel like a good one to start if you're a new player would be the Space Marines. And since they only have one city and less things to manage, more about fighting, about map control. Also map control, we'll talk about it when we're in the game. Difficulty for a new player should be medium or lower. This game gets really hard and high difficulty. What difficulty does is gives the loyalty advantages or disadvantages to the factions. Loyalty is basically kind of like a happiness factor if you play civilization games. You have more loyalty, your outputs in production is higher. You have less loyalty, it's lower. Every positive point of loyalty is 1% higher. Every negative loyalty is 2% lower. It's not critical to increase loyalty into positive, but you should prevent from going into much negative. So as you increase the difficulty, the enemy starts with bonuses 10, 30, 70 and 100, I think, which gets start to get really hard, very hard and above. Depending on the scenario you're doing and on the RNG on the map, it can be difficult to next to impossible to do anything, because the you know how the game works with the units and the resources, it might be impossible to catch up. World size is basically how large is the map, and if you're a new player, just stick to the recommended tiny 2, small 3, medium 4, large 6, and the huge 8. If you're playing like in teams, this can pretty much be double. So it's 4, 6, 8, 12, and 16. Land mass is how much land is there on the map. There is no naval units, and the water is primarily an obstacle. The map can actually be more interesting and more aesthetic if there is some more water. So if the land mass is lower, but I find it best with the highest possible land mass. Sometimes I will do high, but I recommend high or very high on this one. Regarding the what I recommend for the world size, depending what kind of scenario you're playing, every map size is worth considering, but I would stick between small and large. Difficulty, if you recommend later on, pretty much hard or very hard. Anything above requires like some serious min-maxing and some luck. Game pace is basically how much it will take for anything to happen. Like to produce a unit, let's say, requires 40 resources on standard. It will require 60 on slow and 120 on very slow. Think about this like standard epic marathon, like civilization terms. It's a lot of things can be compared with Civilization, because the game does look Civilization, but it's really nothing like Civilization. This is strictly a war game in a Warhammer universe that does the war right. Well, Civilization can only dream about having a war like this. Recommended game pace is standard, but we're doing a special scenario here, which kinda makes sense for slow. What's the highest difficulty I ever won? I think we won one ultra hard. I think. I definitely won very hard. In advanced settings, you can customize things a bit more. These settings can be ignored, but we'll go in depth what this does. So these are the basically DLCs. Reinforcement pack, fortification pack, assault pack. This basically adds the DLC units. This should be on if you have them. Lord of Skulls, it's a really powerful unit, pretty much the strongest unit in the game that will try to murder everybody in his way. So if you enable him, depending where he appears, armies can get destroyed. If you like a challenge or a big RNG chaos factor, turn it on. But honestly, I would not really recommend you doing a Lord of Skulls if you don't have the quests on, because I don't think he will give you the reward what you get for defeating him if you have quests on. When you have quests on, the Lord of Skulls will offer a quest where if you defeat him, all your units will get Skulls for the Skull Throne buff, which grants them 10% damage reduction. Which means there is actually a reward for Lord of Skulls and purpose for him being there. But if you turn off the quest, this will not be available. Regarding quests, you could try to do a quest with one of the factions or one with every faction, get some story, backstory about stuff, but honestly, if you turn this off, you're not missing anything. Honestly, in my opinion, a waste of effort from the devs and time. They should just stick this to a skirmish mode game. The quests are tedious and they don't really add anything to the game. It's almost like they just were made strictly for advertising. There is such a thing as quest for those people who don't really want to play sandbox skirmish games in their multiplayer game. Simultaneous turns, cancer. Forget about that. There is now various map options here, like the wildlife density. This is basically these are the factions that will be on the map, that will be fighting for the map control. But on the map, at the start of the game, there's also neutrals, wildlife, the locals who are on the planet there with you. And these ones fight everybody but the other locals. And this can be a wide variety of units. So you have to overcome this to get initial, scouting, exploring, fight for the outpost, map control in general. Recommended for this is medium, but there are definitely scenarios when you might want to put it on high if you want to have a longer early game. Keep in mind, if you increase the wildlife density but do not increase the difficulty of the game, the AI will struggle with it. So if you're playing a medium difficulty, keep the wildlife density relative medium. Artifact density on the map, part of the map control are these artifacts. This game is called Warhammer 4000 Relics of War Gladius, and there are these artifacts on the map which provide various bonuses, as in plus 10% damage, the old one artifact, plus 10% health, mobile hull projector, or Siren Caster, plus loyalty for every one of your cities. These are powerful things on the map that you want to control to get bonuses. These bonuses stack with everything else, and it can turn the game into a snowball. In my opinion, there are way too many of these artifacts on the map, even on medium. So I would always, you might want to play 1 or 2 times for medium, but I recommend it on very low. These things should be precious, should be guarded, and it should not be everywhere on the map. These things got nerfed over time, and I feel like they're still too strong to have. It's a bigger benefit to the player than the AI as well. So putting this on the lowest setting possible is the way to go. Quests are always the same, yeah, for the particular factions, all the same. They offer some various rewards, but I feel like the main problem with the quests, why it should be turned always off, is when you achieve the quest victory, some of the parts of the game consider the game finished, and the game will reveal some additional information to you, which is an oversight probably from devs and design. Because, you know, there is white one more turn, but they haven't put much thought into it, I think, unless they've patched it. I think this game is best played as a skirmish, kill-all scenario, destroy the enemy bases. Quests are just one-time thing, and most of it is just tedious invasion crap, which is just really tedious. So, artifact density was for the artifacts. There is a special resource density. I think this is for the outposts. There is outpost on the map that you fight for map control, which you can take with units or build a city close to it to get the full benefit, which provide various resources like food or energy, influence. So the special resource density will affect this. I think there are way too many of them on the map, even on medium. But for, you know, as you're playing early game, I feel like the medium settings for most is fine. In this case scenario, we are making a hellish world with minimal resources, so we put it very low. The ruins of wall are the research outposts that also provide a random item when they're explored the first time. They're basically another type of outpost, this one for research used for technologies. The Jokero Trader Encampment Density is these are the basically trader outposts where you can send your hero to purchase or sell various items. Some of them are really powerful. You use influence for that. The Necron Tomb density is how many Necron Tombs going to be on the map. The Necron Tombs are the locations where the Necrons can build their cities. Only there. There are plenty of them on medium. We are playing on this time on very low for the map aesthetic, because we are making like a icy hellish environment. The webway gated density, these are the basically the neutral units that act as that can be activated by the craftable Eldari. Pretty much just gonna keep this on medium, same as the wildlife. It's kind of almost like a wildlife thing. There's no Eldari on this map, so it doesn't really matter. It will definitely just slow little things down because they have to be destroyed, but it'll also provide experience. The Wireweed density. Now this is an interesting one. The Wireweed is this thing on the map that can inhabit tiles that is dangerous to your units. It will stop movement when you enter, and it will damage units every turn. It can be pretty much a defensive thing, or it can be a very thing that is annoying in your way. It can be cleared. The player can clear them. I didn't never see AI clear it. Like I said, we are making a hellish icy planet here, and for this scenario we decided to put a very high Wireweed density. It's one reason why this scenario might be possible to win. Orchid fungus density. Orchid fungus is another special thing on the tile, which basically mushrooms which give regeneration to the orcs. We keep it on low. There's only a lot of orcs. When the orcs die, they leave the fungus around, and they don't really need extra. Another map aesthetic for this type of setup. When you gotta how you create a map, it could be, you know, for the various some reason, you know, what you want to have more on the map, or it could be just an aesthetic reason how the map gonna look like when you play, because it's definitely a different feel when you're playing on a map that is full white with lines of Wireweed, so white and the red lines on it, or if you play on a like a green world, that everything looks nice. We'll definitely be picking a different different map aesthetic for the next game, which will be orcs. This is gonna be the last orc apocalypse for now. The orcs will be next. We put Imperial Ruins are basically Imperial Ruins. What it says, it's a just an thing on the tile which provides cover to infantry. Slows down movement as well. Makes the vehicle movement lower. It's good for infantry, and it also adds to some of the map aesthetic on the map. The forest density, just what it says, how many forests are on the map. Same for the river. On the map there are regions, and these regions can have different, like aesthetic, like it could be desert, forest, snow. But like I said, we are making a icy hell here, so we put a very high Arctic region density, which is research, and we make sure the regions are massive, and there are a few regions on the map. So we are hoping for a whole map just being ice and some tundra, the snow aesthetic. The desert, which is for energy, the tiles do have their various bonuses. The art is research, lower food. The deserts and so are for the energy. We turn all this off for the aesthetic. There are grasslands for food and the volcanic for ore. Like I said, the game has a big setup and highly customizable. Over time you get to actually learn what these things do, and you play with it, science through the game, see what suits you the most or what you want to go for. There's no like just one setup to rule them all. You should always try to get a different feel out of the map or a different scenario to make the game interesting for the replay value. The wool seed, we'll copy it if anybody wants to use this seed. Oh, hold on. Before we get to that, I've decided not to not just give these guys a small bonus. Why I think our allies in the small bonus of basically they're gonna be on a hard is because we as a player can adjust. We can adjust to fighting outnumbered, while our AI allies can't. So give them a small bonus of 10 loyalty, which is trivial almost, will give them slightly higher chance. The main factor will still be the map RNG, like that city in the middle there where we was run by the Warvi that bought us a lot of time. So our allies will be getting a small bonus, while the orcs all will be on medium. There is 13 orcs. Trust me, you do not need to increase difficulty in this type of scenario. Maybe on a larger map there's an option to put on a high difficulty, but we are not there yet. We are still sciencing the setup for this. Here you can also pick up the color for your faction. I'm going with the white scar because camouflage in the snow. We're playing with the Aldergard Blue Marines and Baylor Brown, Astra Militarum. This is our alliance team, these three, against 13 orcs. I decided also, I think the vault size medium is fine for this scenario, but to make it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more space to breed, and slightly increase our chances, we'll put it on large. We so far played on tiny, small, and medium on this scenario, and this is going to be first on large. We don't really need to play huge for this scenario. I think medium or large is fine. So this is basically a survival scenario where it's definitely RNG, and it might not be even winnable, depending what we get. So this is basically for the options of the game. Now we're gonna go into the game. We're beginning. Same team. This time the AIs, our allies have a small advantage of a hard bonus, which is 10 loyalty each. For the Space Marines is trivial. For Astra Militarum we might do something. The Space Marines will just produce 10% faster, while if Astra Militarum expand they might avoid some loyalty negatives. So it's a little bit better for the Astra Militarum. We are still gonna be the same. We're gonna be on normal, no advantage, disadvantage, and all the orcs are the same as well. I said strictly because we can adapt to fighting outnumbered while our allies can't. So give them just a tiny bit edge, which might not do anything. Let's go. Let's go through this intro.
Few worlds were as pristine as Gladius Prime, or so well located. Soon after its discovery, it grew into a rich imperial world. Then the orcs landed, and it burned. We, the men and women of the Astra Militarum, answered the call to battle the green-skin menace. Yet we died side by side with the orcs when the warp storms hit and the Necrons awoke. Whoever our foe, we will reclaim this world and its ancient riches, or we will die trying. For mankind, and for the God Emperor.
Yeah, we definitely, I feel like we're gonna get die trying. Okay. Oh shit, we are not in a good spot. We are not in a good... Goddamn, why do Space Marines always get a good spot? Oh my god. We do have the Prometheum relay pipes, which is the energy outpost, but fucking hell, this spot, we're gonna die. So this is the start of the game. You start with some military units and a unit that builds the city. The Space Marines don't build. They don't have a unit that builds the city. They drop the city off the orbit. They can only have one city though. So we start with 3 units of guardsmen. Guardsmen is our basic infantry, and we start with Tech Priest Engineers, which is our support unit. And at this stage, we have to build a city so we can get things going. You can see what I was talking about with the map aesthetic. Icy hell, mostly Arctic. This is the Wireweed, the environment which slowly kills you if you're in it. You usually want to build a city adjacent to the outpost so you can get this benefit faster. If you take control over these Prometheum relay pipes, you get 2 energy per turn. But if the city claims it with the tile expansion, it will get additional 20% energy. This map has minimal resources, so it's usually just always going to be 1 outpost next to the city. I feel like we have to go a little bit close to our ally, but it's hard to say where the enemies are. This slot almost looks like might be both either orcs or the wildlife. You can see the difference. This is the wildlife units. They're basically here to kill all the factions, and they defend them up. Unit has various stats, abilities. You have the resource on the top. For Astra Militarum, you have food, which is used for various infantry units or population. Usually mainly population. Population is 1 food for upkeep. Ore is used to construct buildings, upkeep units, main vehicles. Energy is used to upkeep buildings, also flyers. Research is required to get technologies. And there is influence, which is used to pay upkeep for the tiles you control, upkeep for the heroes, recruitment of heroes, and you can use it also to buy hero equipment at Jokero trader encampments. The influence can also be used for special things the factions have. In the case of Astra Militarum, various city edicts to give various benefits to the city. These edicts are unlocked via technology. For example, the Space Marines, they do not have food or ore, they just have requisitions. And their special thing, like the Astra Militarum has edicts, the Space Marines have various buffs they can give their units, or they can drop a Fortress of Redemption to defend and take map control, since they can get more cities. So they drop these fortifications to defend parts of the map. We are in a really bad spot here. This spot is horrible. And if we were here, holy shit! Look at all these cliffs. I call we would win here. If we just were here, this would be like. This would be the one. I'm not sure what happens with the prediction here, but it's kind of pointless to predict because this might be a long game. I think the last prediction just expired or something. So speaking of units, this is a unit of infantry. You can see there are 8 of them. This actually matters. Each entity is represented by health in the unit, and they also have weapons. So there are 8 guardsmen. Each one has a las gun. So in this case, 8 of them. Each one has 2 hit points. So if this unit takes more than 2 damage, one of them will die, and you will lose a las gun. So they drop in firepower. Las gun is a pretty basic weapon, and regarding the attributes of the weapon, you can see damage, attacks, armor penetration, accuracy, and range. The weapons can also have traits, like in the case of las gun, there's a rapid fire. So basically, las gun is just a pretty basic weapon. Low damage, low attacks, no armor penetration. There's average accuracy, but it has 2 range, and there are 8 shooters. If this unit is firing at half range, so this would be 2 range. This is a half range. If it fires at half range, there's a rapid fire. Then the attacks become 2. So it's 1 damage gonna be on the 2 attacks 8 times. As the units get kills or the enemy dies within the range of the unit, which is a radius of 3, the killer and anything that is in 3 of that kill will grant experience. Experience will eventually increase the levels of the units. The level increase health, damage, and morale, and there's a noticeable difference for quite a bit of units. So if this unit just gets a couple more levels, they'll have more than 2 health per, and it'll be harder for them to die, and they'll keep their firepower up higher. Of course, for a unit like the Guardsman, which is the lower tier, it will not really matter. But for a unit of Terminators or Mega Nobs, the experience can make a difference between that unit actually getting killed in 2 or 3 hits or dominating the battlefield. This is the armor here. Armor reduces damage. It says here each point of armor is approximately 8.3% damage reduction. Armor is important. The various weapons can reduce armor with armor penetration, so the unit just takes more damage. Some units can have very high armor. It's usually heroes. Some special units. The health is tied to the entities in the unit. So you can see this unit has 3 entities, 6 health to each. This unit has 8 entities, 2 health each. And in the case of the Space Marines, they have 5 with 16. These guys are already level 2 because they get a small advantage, so they can start on level 2 and they have 10 more loyalty. That's another thing the difficulty does. It makes the AI start also with the higher level units, so they get all the 5% bonus to damage, health, 10% bonus to morale. Morale is a thing that gets affected if units are dying on either side. If unit has a lower morale, it will recover if the enemy is nearby getting killed or from various abilities. As you lose morale, you get shaken and broken effects, which make you lower your accuracy and take more damage. So units with lower morale are easier to kill and are less dangerous. Some factions have way more morale, or in the case of the Guardsmen, they have a low. So you can see the Guardsmen have 6 morale, while the unit of Tactical Space Marines has 9. We have an action and movement remaining here, so each unit can move only once. It says 3 movements, so it doesn't mean you can move here, here, and here. 3. You can only move here, here, or here. Only 1 movement. So it's not like in Civilization where you can just use the remaining of your movement. You just make 1 move, and that's it. The action is used either for attacking or for the Overwatch. So you can move and then attack. You can attack and move unless it's stated otherwise. Some units can do that. Overwatch is basically, what it says. If an enemy unit gets close in the visual of this unit, it will fire only if it has actions remaining. There are various properties of terrain, like for example this forest here provides the infantry 33% damage, range damage reduction. The infantry are probably the weakest type units in the game. Of course, there are different quality of infantry in the game. Like the guardsmen might have some of the weakest, and the space marines can have some of the strongest, for example. And the infantry usually needs some kind of support, or you know, play very tactical. This game is all about really having the information, what enemy has, where enemy is, and positioning, and then the knowledge of the you know, what each unit does. Because exploring is dangerous. There is wildlife and there are hostile factions. Like making a move here might be dead. You might be get killed next time. It's a turn-based game, and you should try to get information about where is what without putting your units in harm's way. Losing units meaning losing resources. If you're losing too much, you will fall behind. If you're winning too much, you will snowball. So, you know, see how that goes. You have to be careful. Unit like guardsman is cheap, costs only food and ore, a small amount. So it doesn't really matter if they get killed, but if you're not planning to build more, they might be everything you have. They don't have much firepower or toughness, but you're going to still need them to fend off at least some wildlife and you know, secure part of the map until it gets other stuff. Exploring for the Astra Militarum is not really a good thing, and we are also further away from our allies, which this is going to make it a crazy hard scenario, I feel. There are basically different things here down here. You can see you can disband a unit, for example, if you don't want to pay for its upkeep. This one costs 1 for the turn. This could be used for a population. There's an Overwatch, you can turn it on and off. Why would you do that? For example, let's say this unit is down to 1 soldier, 1 out of 8, and to heal the unit you have to have full action and movement, otherwise it will not heal. A unit will heal next turn a small amount if they have actions and movement available. So if you have 1 remaining, you don't really want to Overwatch with 1 last gun. This gun is going to do nothing. It's going to scratch the paint out of something, you know, or, you know, just to warm up something. So by turning off Overwatch, we'll make sure this unit doesn't act whatsoever, and it will guarantee to heal instead. If the unit also gets shot, it will also prevent healing. So you have to have full action, movement, and the unit cannot be hit to get healed. There are various areas where you can heal more, like an outpost or inside a city. Infantry is best inside cover, forests, outposts, imperial ruins, or even better, inside the cities. Inside the cities, the infantry is king. Even the enemy cities will provide cover for the infantry, which will make them much harder to kill. So, now that this is out of the way, we're going to be talking more in depth about what our units have. So the guardsmen just have las guns, so pretty basic. And we have a tech priest engineers. This is a support unit, one of the most important unit in Astra Militarum. This one is a little bit different. It has a high armor, 8 armor. It's high armor. It has very low health, 6 health, so it's easily killed. It does have high morale. It has 3 power axes, because, you know, 3 entities. Power axe is a melee unit with lower melee weapon with a lower accuracy. You can see the accuracy is below average, from 6 to 4, but it has high armor penetration, and it has 50% more damage than, for example, Lasgun. But Lasgun, this unit has 8 of them, and this is only 3, so you have to also keep that in mind how many entities are in the unit, because this matters the most for damage. As this unit takes damage, it loses all the damage. This is not really a combat unit, it's basically a support unit with some minimal defense. It has another ability. Sometimes units can have an ability down here that's basically an attack. It could be an ability that will just consume all your movement, action, or only movement, and it can be on cooldown. So depending what you're fighting, the different things can be used. For example, what is the difference between here? They're actually both melee, and power axe, you just right click on the unit, it will attack. But the servo arm, for example, has much higher damage and much higher armor penetration. It's a similar weapon, but just has much higher damage and armor penetration. So if you want to hit a little bit harder, you will unlikely be attacking with this unit because they are usually nearly instantly killed when they go into combat. This is a support unit that is usually, if you're gonna build a city, it's gonna build a city, or gonna be can clear tiles, so you can remove this forest here. And it has an ability right now. It's called the Blessings of the Omnissiah. It's only 1 turn cooldown and a range 1. This is one of its primary functions, plus 8 hit points to a fortification or vehicle. So you're basically gonna keep your units up, so you cut some downtime and make sure your units stay alive and keep fighting. Because there are gonna be situations where there'll be no downtime. And in this scenario particularly, what is downtime? Downtime is forbidden. There's not gonna be orcs everywhere. So in this case, the Blessing of Messiah is probably the primary ability of this unit, which will keep stuff alive. 8 hit points is a lot. When you consider this unit has 16, the Scout Sentinels, which is the first vehicle, has 32. You can just click this, give 8 health to the unit, and just they keep going. That technology, which also gives this unit another ability, which increases the accuracy of ranged weapons on fortifications and vehicles. So right now, this is the start of the game. We've shown what units we have here. We do need to build a city. And in this scenario, sometimes you just drop the city, you just go. You know, you might be playing that type of map. But we are playing a hellish scenario here, and we are far away from our allies, and we don't know who is in the area. We have Prometheum relay pipes. It's an outpost which produces energy, which is a really nice thing to have next to a city. The perfect thing for the best one for this type of scenario would be Orefield. Orefield. Heck, even a Grok Spatcher is okay. But I feel like this one is the second best to have. Reroll, there's no such thing as a reroll. What the hell? This is gonna be rough, but we'll try to make it work. I think we'll just move this one a little bit here to claim the Prometheum rail pipes. This is, you know, part of the map control, getting these outposts. So we just take the outposts, we scout a bit ahead, we see some local wildlife. So we now claim the Prometheum rail pipes, and you can see we are currently getting 2 energy out of it. So you basically just get a unit in there, and you take control over this. To get the full benefit out of this, you need to claim it with a city. So build a city close, and then a city claims it with its city tile, which will also grant additional percentage. This percentage thing will be added to the city. All the flat thing is yours as long as you control it. As we enter the outpost, you can see the outpost benefit here. It provides city damage reduction, extra healing rate, and range damage reduction for infantry only. If you mouse over here, you can see various damage reductions this unit have. So this is a good spot to fight from. We also have to take into account all this wire with here. We can see edge over outpost here, its influence here. So this is either Skull Altar or the Jokero Trader encampment, which we do need one close for our hero. We could move there, but like I said, going into the unknown is a good way to get your units killed. That's how you lose. You need to go slowly and get that information. Position units and not take losses. Even just taking damage causes downtime, so it's a bad thing. So we just move here a little bit, and it is Jokero Trader encampment, which is the outpost that produces influence. It is not critical to have some, but having it pile up and for later, it's very important. This is where you buy and sell items. This is a hellish map that has a minimal amount of outposts, so the resources are scarce and valuable. I guess it could be worse. We could have some orcs close. Considering this is a large map this time, there might be actually no orcs in this area here. Having known how the Astra Militarum expands their cities. The city will be able to expand at 1 tile from the center, 2 tiles with technology, and 3 tiles with the final that version of technology. So the city will have a radius of 3. Sometimes the cliffs can get in the way, and it will not count the expansion into that way as 1, but more. You can basically go around it. And last time I had a shard wall, which is 50-50 ore and energy, but I have never claimed it for the city. We did had it for the extra stuff. This is almost as good. We can move and build a city at the same time. We have to consider our position here, the cliffs and Wireweed. There are rocks here. You can mouse over the tiles. Heck, you can even turn on these things, which is actually looks pretty bad. Honestly, I do not recommend it. Best just to remember what the tiles do. So this is Control Z. So you can see everything visually. For example, this is just a clear Arctic. Clear Arctic does minus 20% food, plus 20% research, and since it's adjacent to permitted relay pipes, also additional 20% energy. What does this mean? This means when you build buildings in this style, they'll be affected by these outputs. Not the whole city, but only buildings on this style. So do not confuse it with the outpost, which provides a bonus to the whole city. We have to consider where to build a city. This one has rocks, which means additional ore. And since we know what we're going for, the rocks are important. There are also more rocks here. We can still move this one. I feel like moving in this position, there could be some orcs around, but this might not be a bad thing, as we want to try to destroy one or two early. This is a very ugly spot considering where our allies are. I think this northern side is fully defensible. No Wireweed in this area. So we should go south. We should go south where we are in the middle of the Wireweed. Right next to these permitted relay pipes, which can be claimed immediately. Which will give us easier access to energy. So we're gonna make like an assumption that it's safer south, a little bit closer to our allies, which being 2 tiles closer will mean nothing considering they are far away from us. The map is bigger, so the distances you know, are bigger as well between. If this was like a tiny map, it would be just adjacent to each other instead of this distance here. This almost tells me that there are gonna be orcs here, but those orcs probably will be dead because they're gonna be cut off. I still think this is gonna be the best spot for the city here. We immediately on the tile get minus 10% food, plus 10% energy, plus 10% research. Why is it minus 10% food here and not minus 20 like the other Arctic tile? There's a brush here, which is 10% food. So by building this city here, you can see this number 3. This is basically how many building slots are here. The city itself starts immediately with 2 buildings, so you get immediately 1 slot here instead of needing to expand the tile to claim more room. So we'll be building a city here. I guess it's an okay spot. We don't want to trail around. The first city is free. So we found the city here. The city starts with the labor core. It is a production building that produces buildings, and Basilica Administratum, it is the headquarters building. Each faction very much start the same. The headquarters building provides population limit, food, ore, energy, research, influence, and loyalty. So this is basically every city will start with this. This building is the reason. These buildings are the reason to you know, expand early and expand more, because you immediately get these 2 buildings for free. You can see these icons here, buildings in a tile. There is one is available here, so we have room for one more. So on the city screen, you have the city name, can be renamed. If you guys want to rename any of the units, you use the rename option channel with the channel points. So labor core offers 6 production, 4 ore at a cost of 3 energy. It also gives us 2 influence. You can see all the outputs here on the city resources. This is the population. This building here provides population limit, which means it will not cost population to work, while the labor core requires 1 population to work. So each population will be required for working buildings. There are some buildings that don't require population to work. If in any case you want to turn off a building to free up population or cut off the maintenance cost, this one is for example 3 energy for 4 ore and 2 influence unless you're building something. So you can see here we can turn it off just like that, and right now the city requires no population. Each point of population does cost you 1 food. You can see -1 from population. And each point of population in the city lowers the city loyalty by 1. It says here, indicates the population dedication to your cause. Each positive point of loyalty increases the city's total resource output by 1%, while each negative point decreases it by 2%. The max negative is -50%, while there is no max on the positive. As you expand for this faction, each city after the first decreases loyalty in all cities by 6. So by just building a second city, both cities will lose 6 loyalty, but you get all these bonuses only in a second city, so it's just no brain to get a second city without Militarum. If you can, just do it. So unlike in Civilization, when you have 1 production queue, in here you have various production types. While the labor core produces buildings, if we build Imperial Barracks, we get another production slot where we can produce units, and they can be both used at the same time. So each production building has its own production and various outputs. Like the labor core for 3 energy produces 2 influence and 4 ore, while the Imperial Barracks for 2 energy also gives us 1 population limit and 1 loyalty. So basically the population that will work in the Imperial Barracks is not going to cost you population or loyalty, just 1 food. We now have currently 1 option here, and there's a acquire tile here. So this is the radius of the city I was talking about. There are technologies which can increase this radius. This is where we claim tiles. So you have to put some planning here, what you're gonna take, where you're gonna build, what you're gonna build. Claiming a tile does cost production or an influence. It's the cheapest option in the city to do with production, but be careful of claiming too much tiles. You don't want to claim tiles ahead of time, because each tile costs you 1 influence. The city itself does not cost 1 influence, but if I claim acquire a tile here, it will have an upkeep of 1 influence. So you don't want to claim tiles ahead unless you're the city is on the front in the middle of a war zone, where you want to just claim tiles to give you advantages from various city protection. You can see here the city buff. So it's similar to that of the outpost. It's basically just double. So the city offers double protection for the unit on the city damage reduction, 33%. Infantry gets additional 33% damage reduction. So the infantry is the best to be inside the city for the benefits. It doubles the healing rate. The healing rate base is 10%, in outpost 15, in the city 20. So 20% health per unit per turn. And all movement in the city tiles cost max of 1 movement cost, so you can move a little bit more to the city tiles depending on terrain. City is basically not just city, it's also a unit. It's a stationary unit. It has 64 health, 6 armor, 10 morale, and it has action every turn. It's been built right now, so no action. Of course, it's a stationary, it cannot move. The city itself, it's armed with 8 las guns, so it's basically like a unit of guardsmen inside shooting. And it has 3 crack missile launchers. This is another weapon now. It is an anti-armor weapon. So basically it has higher damage, high damage and has good armor penetration, so it's good at shooting down vehicles. This one also have more range. The last guns have 2 range, while the Karak missile launcher has 3. So what are we gonna do here? We still can move 1 unit. We see some Vespid Sting Wings. These Vespid Sting Wings are a little bit tricky. They have jump packs and they have 6 armor, and their weapons have 4 armor penetration. So they're also starting on level 2. It's interesting. I'm wondering if some of the Valor will start on level 2 just because these 2 guys are set on hard. You can we'll actually see that bonus. I think we'll claim this and we'll keep this to adjacency. This is not bad here. I'll just move here. We can see Neophyte Hybrids and 2 gates, which is basically just aesthetic of the map in this case. And what are we gonna get here? The food situation is really bad, which means infantry, which is already a worse option, out of the question. Like I said, hellish environment with mineral resources, and you don't want to really go for the food with for the infantry with those resources, unless you get like Grok's pasture with some tundra around where you can actually get some food. You can see the food bonuses. Then it's an option. With the Imperial Guard, with the Astra Militarum, less so though than with some other factions. If this map is bad for everybody on purpose. So let's talk about technology. This is research. There are 10 tiers, and to get to the higher tiers you need to research technologies from the previous tier. Each tier of technology has some technologies which can be vital to your strategy. There are some technology that are better than the other technology. I guess, you know, without going into much detail, you can put technologies into 3 categories. And usually you go with 1 category of these technologies along the line up to tier 10. 1 category would be infantry, the other category could be vehicles, and the 3rd category could be things related to your faction with also various unit abilities. In tier 1 here we have a Chimera, Frag Grenade, Inspired Training, Manufactorum, Shrine of the Killer, and Voxcaster. Chimera is a vehicle you unlock for the Manufactorum. The only reason not to get this is because we're gonna be under pressure, and it takes technology here that we can use the research to unlock the next technology. So we need only 2 technologies here to get to tier 2. So which means we just have to pick 2 here. Since infantries are not going to be a thing, we don't need the frag grenades. The Inspired Training is poop. It's an edict, the first edict the Astra Militarum has. You basically invest influence so you can spam infantry. There could be a scenario for this, but I don't know. You gotta be probably in a food paradise. Manufactorum is one of the most important buildings. It produces vehicles. Shrine of Aquila as well, one of the most important buildings. It produces heroes. And the Voxcaster is basically a technology that provides bonus to units. Like the guards and pest science will lose less morale when the people around them are dying. So you really have only 2 options here if you go vehicles early. But if you go like infantry early, you might consider a Frag Grenade and a Shrine of the Killer, because you're not going to Manufactorum. You can't build everything. You have to prioritize things. So if you go infantry, probably go Frag Grenade and Shrine of the Killer. If you go vehicles, you just go Manufactorum and Shrine of the Killer. You need a hero one. It's without a question, you have to get it. Makes you wonder, why is this even a technology? I guess you do something hero early. If they add more technologies, the hero thing probably could be removed, put as a part of every faction, and they could add something else here. We do have 3 infantry, so the frag grenades do provide some benefit, but like I said, we have no resources to build infantry. This infantry costs food. We build more infantry, gonna cost more food. So on this type of hellish world, we have to use all the food we get for population. This is not even an option. This is like this has to be like this. We are fighting outnumbered, makes even infantry much weaker as well. So it's the scenario that just makes the infantry not work. We have no grasslands, and we are fighting outnumbered, and our faction also has kind of weaker infantry. It can still work with the Lord Commissar, various grenades, medpacks, heavy weapon squads. You can make it work for sure. But not in this scenario. So my last opening was 2 Scout Sentinels, and those guys have seen some shit. They both reached level 10. And I think we got really lucky in the last time. We had a great start, and I didn't have to put a lot of resources into units. I admit I might have put a little bit too much into the Imperial Bastions towards the end. I could have built an Lemon Rust Belting instead of those 2 top bastions, and might have made some difference, but we got overrun, really. We got overrun. The Astra Militarum losing their city, and the Space Marines being blocked by a lot of skulls. That was like beginning of the end. So what are we gonna go for? What's gonna be the plan for this one? The plan is gonna be rush tank commander. I feel like without a tank commander we will not survive early game, and then we rush expansion. Try to build expansion a little bit faster this time. We had to build a couple of bastions before the second city last time, but it made all the difference. This time the map is a little bit bigger, and our allies have a slight advantage. So it might make all the difference, but there's also a big RNG factor as well. So it really doesn't matter what we get first. This is all the same. We are not gonna get Lord Commissar. We only can get Tank Commander, and so it doesn't really matter what we research here first. We're going for this too. Okay, we'll talk about other tiers as we unlock them. So this is basically tier 1. The only thing that matters here is Manufactorum and Shrine of the Aquila. We cannot put research time into Chimera, because this 54 research needs to be put into higher tier technology, so we can get to the most critical point of this defense faster, which is additional heavy bolters. The first building. What would be gonna be the first building? And the best first building is a research building. From my experience playing this game, how many hours do you have in this game? 400 hours nearly, damn. From my experience, the best building to open is a research building. So you nearly double your research and you get to the higher tier faster. This research only works for the first 2 tiers. If you want to get into tier 4 at decent time, in a tier 5, you must get this building. Anything above that, you need even more. I'm not sure what is a battle isle. This is a war game, Little Raiden. It looks like civilization, but it's not a civilization. It's like Dawn of War, but just turned into a civilization look-alike turn-based. So we open with Officio Tactica. So these are the buildings we can build. You have your pretty much standard building that will build for food. You can see the cost: 45 ore, upkeep 1 energy. You have the ore extractor for ore, plasma ionizer for energy, Officio Tactica for research, and there is Cogitator Station for influence. So these are the 5 basic buildings which generate resources. We are next to a Permanent Relay Pipe, so we'll have a little bit easier time with energy this time. And this is also Imperial Barracks, which produce infantry, but we have no food, so we can't really go for this. It's unrealistic. Officio Tactica you click on the building and then you click when you want to build it. We have one slot available on the core building, and this is good for a core building because we get plus 20% research. So this building will be 6 base plus additional 20%, and then modifiers from loyalty, which is currently 5%. How does the growth work? There's a base growth. I think the base growth is like 8. It could also be affected by it could also be affected by the game pace. But how does it work? As the population reaches the limit, the growth lowers. So the more room you have, the growth gets closer to its maximum potential. There are ways to increase growth as well. But keep in mind, having room for more people is not always a good thing. The city might grow faster than you can use the population to work. So you're just going to be paying for. You're going to have to feed them, and they're going to be doing nothing. They're just going to be wasting space, wasting your resources. So it's not always a good thing to increase the growth. So this is a little bit advanced, so you have to put some thought into it and do with the right timing. If you have extra resources and you get another production building, we can actually build another labor core. Then you might consider getting more growth. But this is pretty much could be only in the case of the Space Marines, since they want to build one very tall city because they can't get another one. Okay, this is it for turn 1. Oh, look at this, 1 hour and 7 minutes. If you guys have any questions about the game, just ask. This is gonna be the in-depth video for this for new players and those who want to get more familiar with the game. We're gonna be playing pretty much for the next nearly 5 hours. Then we'll be switching to WoW Raid, and after that we're back to this game again. Why do I not hit the last guns? No orc movements yet, that's good. So you can see our ally Astra Militarum. Look what they're building on the first building. Huh. What a surprise. Our ally here, the Space Marines, do not have a third slot here, so they're expanding to get research here. Surprise, huh? So you can see them here. You can see they have additional 10 loyalty from difficulty. We put them on a hard bonus for our allies this time, since we as a player can adapt to fighting outnumbered, our allies can't, so we're gonna give them a little bit edge. You can also see the Space Marines do not have food and ore, they just have requisitions. If you want to see the difference between medium and hard, this is currently our outputs, and these are the outputs of the hard. You can see there's all very minimal difference here. At meters down the road, it's about 10%. It will matter more for the Astra Militarum AI than for the Space Marine ally. Hopefully this is fine. Okay, we claim the Jaquero Terran encampment, which will generate 2 influence. Influence is very important to stockpile, but not critical. We fire at long range here. You can see attack estimate. We dealt 2 damage there. The unit has 6 armor, and the last guns they suck against armor. Okay, we'll be poking the other side. This is the edge here. What difficulty is this? We are playing 3 versus 13. Our allies are on hard. 13 orcs are on medium. I think for the Space Marines these are requisitions, 2 requisitions. Even inside the outpost we actually take some damage. We need to just fall back from here. Those 2 West Steaming is just gonna overrun this unit. Taking 3 damage here, and you can see 1 casualty here. You can see unit dropping to 7 weapons. So as it takes damage, it loses firepower as well. Okay, this side is clear. We can see orcs here. That's bad news. There's an orc in here. There could be 2 orcs in here. Ooh, this is gonna be ugly. A little more difficult. 10 orcs, 5 negatives, 10 orcs. Since there are 10 of them. Holy shit, these guys have us. Oh my god, look at this spot. I'm fucking jelly here. Look at this. This is a nice thing about this type of games, turn-based RNG, sandbox, you know, these generated maps. Look at this spot here. Fucking hell, man. Last time in the corner, now they surrounded Wirewood. God damn, I want to be here. We don't really want to meet the orcs here. They're, initially we probably would just get wrecked. This is also not good here. So neophyte hybrids have autoguns, which are pretty much the same as the last guns, stat-wise. We are in a bad spot here. This has got to be one of the worst starting spots we got so far. The Space Marines got the best spot again. Hard times create strong men, though. Yeah. You know me, I like to make it, try to make it work. It's 3 versus 13 again, yeah. This is gonna be the last attempt for now in this type of scenario. We're gonna be playing something different after this one. The special ability on Neophyte hybrids is called Ambush. They get more accuracy with their Overwatch. So you can see the difference here. This is 2 range, 2 damage. This is half range, 4 damage. The last gun has rapid fire, so it has double the attacks at half range. The order of attacking sometimes is very important depending on what type of weapons you have and traits on the weapons, but in this case it doesn't matter. If we had like a blast weapon which scales, we would want to use the blast weapon first, then the last guns. There is a quest which, but it's poop. I turned it off. I completed the quest one time with every faction and never again. I play this game as a skirmish, destroy the bases. I think those crude hounds are not acting, that would actually cause some damage here. I can finish this one off, but probably gonna miss on the experience. If I put both units here into Overwatch, I can get experience. Remember, radius 3 for the experience. So we kill the unit, and only then you get experience. You can see we got experience on all 3 units. The killer gets the experience, and all units in the radius 3 of the kill, the allied units. Experience is not critical on the garrison, but it helps a little. Some units like Basilisk, you wanna min-max that experience. Basilisks are a little bit harder to experience since their Earthshaker cannon has 6 range. Very good Overwatch deck, look at that. He'll kill the unit. Did the guy just say Sigmar preserve us? No, I just imagined that. You guys seen that? No, that's not right. Somebody clip that shit. What was that? I haven't been playing Empire in a long time. I'm having a withdrawal. The Screwhounds are dangerous to our guardsmen. They cannot be overwatched, and they get more damage reduction in the forest. Let's heal our guardsmen and restore the firepower. So we get some Chaos Cultists here. The Chaos Cultists have a lot of entities, 10, and they have auto pistols and close combat weapon. They actually hit hard when they're full strength. Shoot them with a crack missile launcher. Okay. We're gonna have a lot of power here, huh? How much is this quartile? 6 turns? I feel like we should build the ore building immediately. Build a Manufactorum. I think we need 2 Scout Sentinels, but no more than 2. Like, I don't even go lower than 2. We need to keep this one for the ore extractors. There's another Jokera trading company in the way. Close this one to the Vespids. These guys are fighting together, which is great. The Vespid murdered guardsmen though. There's at least one orc here. There might be another one. At least Council could kill their boys. Okay, we research Manufactorum. It's a building that produces vehicles. Starts with the Scout Sentinels, all the way up to Baneblade. So, we'll heal these units. On the next technology, we're going to try and kill for the heroes. No problem, my balloons. This has got to be my favorite spot in Classic. I only found 3 rich thorium today, and like I was just doing it for a few minutes. It was like there 15 minutes. I need to try to get this back. The first fortress was put on the Grok's pasture here. Building librarium here, huh? This guy's gonna have a lot of research again. Next to a ruins of wall and building a librarium, they're gonna have a lot of research here. 4% more research. Yeah, this guy's gonna be rolling in the research. This one looks dead. You can hear some orcs shooting in the back.
Oh my god! Have you seen
Hey
that
Rovia,
shit?
thank you for getting support. Love you for day 3.
What the hell?
Warhammer 30 time is finally upon us. So Vespids are probably gonna try to guard this. Got frag grenades. Okay, you can see when the city expands, the wall gets built up around it, and then the tiles get filled with buildings. Let's try to hold this. There's definitely one orc here. There could be another one here. The Manufactorum costs 2 energy, but it also produces 2 ore and 2 research. This one will just grant us plus 20% research. It has 0 building slots. We currently need building slots so we can build buildings. Right now we are good at energy. We have 95, 98, and we are stockpiling 5 per turn. So we need building slots, 3 building slots here, There is 0 here. The outpost will just provide a bonus to the city. No building slots. There's a Castellan robot there, that's dangerous stuff. We have to get away from there. Okay, got the Shrine of the Killer technology. This is the building that produces heroes, starting with Lord Commissar. We have also Tank Commander and Primary Psyker. Doesn't look like we can help here a little. Castellan is dead for the guardsmen. The Incendiary Combustor is dead for infantry. The plus 20% energy will basically just add to this stat here. When the city claims it. Since it's an outpost. This plus 20% energy one is a different, because it's not an outpost. Which means if we build the plasma ionizer, this 6 will get additional 20%. Which will be added to this. It does not affect upkeep, no. We have to get away from the Castellan robot. Our orcs Norvas. Meeting orcs is almost a relief for a guardsman. After all, their behavior is minutely detailed in Imperial Infantryman Uplifting Primer, and most veterans will have encountered and fought them before. The men that survive generally reported orcs are unhealthily interested in where their next fight is coming from. If you can avoid conflict with them, they will actually weaken over time. There's some boys here, we could shoot them. Dead to the boys! The boys cost pretty much the same as the guardsmen. So now that we have 2 technologies in tier 1, we have unlocked tier 2. Notice how Chimera is now also available. It's because the Manufactorum has been built. But we can't afford special the precious research time for the Chimera tank. On a tier 2, the important stuff is the Cold Mechanicus and the Hub Block. Hub Block is a building that increases population limit. And Cold Mechanicus is a production building that produces Tech Priest Engineers. Also generates research. The Tech Priest Engineers is the unit that builds cities and supports our fortification vehicles. They also unlocks the Primary Psyker, which is the second hero. There is a Rites of the Machine Spirit, which is a edict that increases the output of Manufactorums in the city. This one is optional, this one can be ignored. If you go for infantry build, you have Heavy Weapon Squad and Crack Grenade here. There is no food for infantry, so these two are to be ignored. This one is not good, and this one is optional. So we pick the Hub Block. Hub Block you have to get. That's like, this is not optional. And the Cult Mechanicus is also not optional because you need it for the expansion and maintain your vehicles and fortifications. But these two are not really optional. This one is must get, while everything else here is optional. Let's open with Cult Mechanicus. Engineers cost ore in upkeep. I think they used to cost energy, but they changed them to like 3 ore. Units that have upkeep on energy are expensive generally, because it's usually higher than the other upkeeps. Oh, looks like there might be only one orc here. Ooh. We need to bang those orcs before they get help. Those Vespids are a problem for the guardsmen right now. It looks like another Prometheum relay pipes here. You can guess what outpost is depending on the adjacency bonus. More orcs. This is the third orcs we seen. They're actually just above us. Even more. Ooh, these guys have seen some action. Overwatch, kill those bastards! They're still gonna do some damage though. Man, we're gonna be in such a bad spot here, and there are forests north of our city. Is that bad? That might not be a very long-lived one. Hey, Toby. Was 7. What 10? Feels like they get that wall levels pretty fast. If this were wire, it would have been much better. If I leave here, they might just go for us. Specimen is a relatively safe spot here. The Scout Sentinels do counter boys. Just have to get one. Even more orcs. Do they have squiggles? Yeah. It's a unrealistic unit to get on this type of mob though. When you shoot this one, it would have healed. Yeah, we started researching called Mechanicus. I will consider it as the one of the first options. I think Tank Commander still has priority. Roll over them is just save us early game. Oh, they came from the ground. I mean, look at the damage, man. Why did we get 10 was so fast? Even the Space Marines are shit compared to boys because of the 10 war. Looks like the 10 war fills up way too fast. Lost our first guardsman. Okay, that's the corner orcs there. Even these guys have been in corner here with nobody else. They have oh, there's actually 2 of them. So there are 2 orcs in this area. Oh man, this is gonna be done. This is done. This is nothing we can really do here. 2 orcs in the corner here, in between us. This is a really bad spot. Let's provoke some Vespids here. Let's get a Sentinel. All Mechanicus cost 75 water, which you don't have right now. You can see as the building has been constructed here, we got some stuff there. Coming down now. Those 2 forests are ideal for 2 boys. Second guardsman dead. Somehow they get a 10 vine like in no time. It's like crazy. Makes them one of the best low tier units. Used to be tactical Space Marines. Now this one is it's meant to be a struggle. Trying to make a next to impossible scenario on a really bad environment. Look at this grassland here, and we put it into very low. Why does this area has 3 grasslands? It's like this can still roll some grasslands. Actually, very good food there. city here would be good. Hopefully no stuff on the east side. Very good. So we have 2 orcs in the bottom left. It's very bad. A marine outpost, yeah. It's armed with a twin-linked glass cannon. Good against vehicles. Heroes too. The boy's melee attack is very strong. There's 2 attacks and it's affected by the VA a lot. So they don't have range as the guardsmen, but when they get close, they just kill stuff. Can't miss this rapid fire here, it's too good. So we unlock the tier 3 here. The tier 3 has the Hydra tank, awaken the machine ability for take place engineers, the edict for food production, medipacks for the infantry healing, Sanguine Imperialis for the loyalty building, and the tank commander. For us, the 2 things we go for is the loyalty building and the tank commander. Awaken the machine a little bit later. Tank commander is a hero that has a tier 6 unit. It's, I think, the only way we survive the game. Have you heard this soundtrack before, Rubio? Have you heard this soundtrack before? This is the Eldari soundtrack. Orcs have a variety of properties. Each faction has their own thing. For example, the orcs have on this unit several things, but what's the orky thing here is the rapid decomposition, orchid fungus when they die, the green tide, more healing, and might makes right, grants influence when attacking. The orc units cost influence along the other thing. They generate influence when attacking, which also fuel their VA. They're also scavenger, they get ore when killing an enemy. So you can see a host of things that make them orky. Each faction has special things like that. Astra Militarum regarding this racial properties is minimal. Because this is the most human faction of them all. Random crew hounds coming out of nowhere. Got a Cult Mechanicus here. We kinda need a tank commander though. Now we need the tank commander first. Tank commander has to go first. This time we went with a ore extractor before the Shiner they kill us, so we'll have a little bit more ore, but tank commander will be late a few turns. I think it's a better option. The advantages of the Astra Militarum is they have a strong range. Their melee is questionable though. And they don't have the best firepower in the game. That would be the Necrons. Orcs. We're an early Baneblade hero. We're getting Scout Sentinels soon, so I'll be able to start fighting here. They're getting another research building, what the fuck? It's interesting. They're taking up. This is a totally different build order this time. There's such a crazy position, these Space Marines. Look at this wire with here. I'm jelly of this spot. There's one city here, another one must be done here. We got South Scan Sentinels, this is our first vehicle. They also have last weapons, but they have a multi-laser. It has 3 times the damage of the last gun and 3 times the attacks. There are 2 units here. The Scout Sentinels have 6 armor, 32 health, 8 morale, and they have ability to scout, basically reveal everything in 3 radius. They move through the cover, negates the moon penalty in forest and imperial ruins. They're open topped, so they take more damage from flaming weapons. Vehicle, so no penalty for heavy. And Walker, lower penalty in Forest and Imperial Ruins. They're good at killing the boys. They also scale nice with levels. Let's go with only one right now. This probably would be the only way we get a second city faster. Then again, we're gonna have to expand this thing again. We have to go for 2. It's 2 Scout Sentinels. It's like we can't go on only one. 2 Scout Sentinels and Tank Commander. That's pretty much gonna be most of our units for a while. There is no food, no way to afford food for those Morus. The Scout Sentinels are solid for most stuff, and Tank Commander is gonna do all the heavy stuff. There's literally no unit spam available if you wanna get a second city. So holy shit, they were very close to us here. Yeah, that's the Tank Commander belongs. Will they be in Warhammer 2 today? No. We'll be finishing that game eventually. We just have to destroy Malekith. The Shrine of the Killer for this. We're getting a little bit extra ore. This time I did differently. I went with the ore extractor after Manufactorum. Okay, we don't really need Hydra against the Orcs until late game, and it's still optional. The loyalty building next. They have war buggies. So they went with mech. This is gonna be a really tough spot. And not much we can do about this either right now. It's a suicide to attack cities this early. Keep this one here on the Overwatch. And yeah, you two, I need the tank commander here. Yeah, the grenades are good. But you need to specialize with research. You can choose both vehicles and infantry. It's a good way to just lose. these heavy war bikers. Level 2 on the Scout Sentinels. And these Marines are still getting bothered by the wildlife from this area. At least the crack missile launcher here does good damage. How much water buggies cost? 30? Should be 45, right? Yeah, 45, because 30 is the standard. The bullets cost like a building. The tank commander should immediately go there and get me the idol icon. I mean, which we missed early last time. Might be able to kill this. I'm missing one ore. One ore. Wow. There's gonna be even one more turn. Okay, we got the war bugs. That's 45 ore loss for those orcs. Then commander in 12 turns, and then I'm looking for city expansion. There's 5 forests on the top, kind of problem. If I claim it with the city and clear it, and they get into the city, it's gonna be even worse than the forest. So claiming the tiles is worse than worse to clear them than just leave. Let's still just leave them there. This is just a good way to attack the city with like a war boss. Yeah. 2 walkers is... you have to get 2 walkers. Come on, man. Don't be ganking Space Marines out of nowhere. The Screwhound just appeared out of nowhere, man. They might actually flee. Those Marines might be dead. These guys cannot be hit by Overwatch. Okay, let's get it survived. Yeah. Okay, we are on 2 Sentinels now. It's gonna be a bulk of our military for now. We have 1 more population available, and we need a kind of food building as well. We haven't gotten any food outposts. I'm gonna have to make a food building at -20 food. Hey, Gal. We need various things here. We need the population limit increase, and we're gonna need food, and we need more ore. We might be able to get away with the food building for next 3. I feel like the ore building next, and then the hub block. They changed that. I think both accuracy and bringing down only works on infantry now. I think expanding north is bad because the styles will give them access to the city. Tier 4 has pretty good technologies. There is the edict for ore production for the ore extractors. There is the technology that increases the armor penetration of last weapons. Pedal bastion that can be built by Tech Priest and Seers. Labor Core is so you can get another building that produces buildings, so you can produce buildings faster. Questionable though. And there is a technology you kind of have to get, which increases the radius of tile acquisition for the city, so you can go into radius 2. I think this one is no brainer as the first one, so we get more armor penetration, less weapons. We have multi-lasers on the Scout Sentinels. Tank Commander also has a last cannon. I think we'll have exactly for the tantalizing icon when we get a tank commander. Would be the first thing we get. Does building a bash continue to take place? No, it costs ore to do it. And has a cooldown. Scout Sentinels costs 2 ore upkeep. Basically, the same cost as Imperial Bastion. At least we don't need to get an energy building anytime soon. Allies take progression? I don't think so. The Imperial Bastion is actually tougher than the city. More armor and it has 3 heavy bolters. Overall better than the las guns and the crack missile launchers. It doesn't have as much health as the High Pop City. City does get more health with more population. Well, you do need some bastions, but it's better to get the Laminar Beltings and bastions if you can. Well, Anki, I suggest you watch from the start then. Talked a lot about things. Ooh, they build a city here that actually might be a very good thing. We are in a rough spot here. The city can still claim 2 of the 4 tiles in some time. Let's kill the walkers. Well, the north is suicide, and these forests are probably going to be a problem in the future. We need to get a cult mechanicus and clear those forests. Losing 20 ore here now. That was like the best tile we could get here before the expansion. Sometimes it's not very convenient to claim the bonus you want here. It's not a big deal though. We killed some and the others left. Tank Commander could destroy this city here. That's what I'm hoping for. Get the icon and then go for the city here. But maybe I get icon here and then go for the city here. There's some food here. I'll try to get that. War bugs coming from the west now. How much is this Marines got? Like, we'll see. 41, that's crazy. 2 librariums, and they do have the Ruins of Wall. They have more than double our research. Or bug is hiding here. Yeah, they've been killing some buildings. We could maybe kill this one. It's actually a big deal. Power of scouting arm. I'm gonna go here to buy the icon and then try destroy the city here. We destroy the city here is a big deal. Yeah, we can't take the corner because there are 2 orcs in the corner. But we can consider expanding our second city in the corner. But then we lose some strategic firepower in the north. Where we can just build another fortress in the north to shoot stuff. I'm gonna try to get the Grox Pash there. It will delay the building of the farm for a while. If this one gets killed, doesn't matter anymore. Tank command in 4 turns. Was max tile radius of a city for the Astra Militarum 3, but the cliffs block the line. Since to get this one you can't go over a cliff, you have to go around. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless they change that. I think we can destroy this. Let's give everybody an order to attack this. Good hounds here, that's bad news, we won't be able to get that. It's definitely an investment. But destroying this city here, it's important. I think these guys have lost all their units. They're in a bad spot. Those mechs. What is this Warhammer 2 announcement? I'll give you a... Is this another one? Who cares? This one is armed, really armed. At 10 watt, it's a lot of damage. Oh, there are boys there. It's good I didn't go here. This is gonna be such an investment here. But the tank commander should just go there immediately, start pummeling that. I'll try to take this. Tank commander next turn. We'll go for this city. Destroy that city, will make all the difference. They don't have any more units again. They does have firepower because of 10 VAR. So that's actually a very good move here. This getting destroyed is a really big deal. Got AP on the last weapons. Tank commander is here. Start with the roll over them. Getting a substructure extension. This is a technology that allows us to expand in a bigger radius with tiles. We can get the tunnelizing icon, but we'll try to destroy the city first. Sure. Just wait for the turn to start. I'm gonna get some water in the meantime. Okay, I'm here. So we got our first hero, which is not the first hero of the Astra Militarum. The heroes have different roles. So this is the tank commander. It's kind of expensive hero compared to overall cost of the heroes, but it's a tier 3 technology for the hero, and the hero itself has a tier 6 unit, which is massive. So first, what's the difference? You see the model, you can see the guy popping out. That's basically the Marco tank commander. The regular layman doesn't have a guy popping out. So about tank commander and less layman Ras battle tank, it is probably one of the best units in the game if you ask me. Especially once you get the additional heavy bolters, because it's armored and it has very good health. With very good weapon setup, so it can tank, do damage, and it can pull out. It's just so easy to maintain as well. This tank here, for example, it costs quite a bit since it's a hero and a tank. The heroes, other than getting levels like other units, to get just more health, damage, and morale, they also get abilities. So every level grants them abilities. They have one of the 4 abilities. For the first ability, we picked up here the roll over them, which is a special attack, which is super deadly against ground infantry units. It basically just destroys a ground infantry unit in a single attack. The Lemon Ras battle tank itself is armed with a battle cannon, which is a good armor penetration, good range, It's a large blast weapon which scales with the amount of entities in the enemy unit. So the more of the enemies are in the unit, the more damage it'll do. And ordnance, it has higher armor penetration against vehicles fortifications. It's a very versatile weapon, basically. The fact it has 3 range is excellent. It's excellently also paired with Last Cannon, which is an anti-armor, anti-hero weapon with a high armor penetration damage. So you get 2 weapons on this unit which are really good against single target. One of them also does good blast, which is kind of like AoE. So units like Guardsman will take additional damage, while units like Scout Sentinel will take less damage. But this one being a multi-entity and a vehicle at the same time will take more damage from Bell Cannon. Other than that, what's special about the heroes, that they get abilities, they also get hero damage reduction. So on top of this unit being armored with 9 armor, which is a lot, they have additional 50% hero damage reduction, so they take even less damage. So you give a high health, high armor unit with additional damage reduction, which I feel like is one of the best heroes in the game, just because of the toughness alone. Later, because it's also a Lehman Russ Bell Tank, which is a tier 6 unit, you can also get additional heavy bolters, so even more firepower. 2 more weapons at 2 range, which have good damage. All that scales well with level. You can use Awaken the Machine on it for more accuracy. And heroes also can equip up to 6 items. These items can also increase amount of attacks. For example, a concealed weapon system item can increase the amount of attacks on all your weapons. So imagine you have 2 Last Cannon, Bell Cannon, 2 heavy bolters, damage from the experience, and then additional 25% attacks on all the weapons. So heroes basically carry the game. And getting an early tank commander is critical to our strategy, because it can take armor targets and it can actually survive. So our early strategy in this type of scenario is 2 Scout Sentinels with a tank commander. I don't think that more than 2 Scout Sentinels you can actually afford, and tank commander is like critical to unlock first. In this scenario, it's even more important than getting a second city. There are items that you can buy at the shops, the outposts, the Jokeiro Trade Encampment. For example, there is one for 240 influence, which generates 8 influence a turn, which will pay for itself and pay for the tank commander and start generating influence over time. So this is our top priority to get the moment we destroy this city here. Mojo the Steam Tank is back. So what prevents us from just building heroes and not other units? Well, the next one costs 100% more. So if we get another tank commander, it's beyond the ridiculous price. So we can't just get another one immediately. We're gonna have to wait some time. Various heroes have various abilities, and also between the factions is a big variety of heroes. But heroes are either hard-hitting with powerful abilities or just super tanky that make all the difference on the battlefield. Thanks to this tank commander, we can destroy this city. We really need to destroy this city. Hopefully this one can get out of harm's way. I'll hope they ignore this. So what are these guys building? Building tactical space marines. They have no acquisitions, but they have massive research. They have a lot of influence. Such a sweet spot here. What are these guys getting? They get something to get infantry. Oh, they have Manufactorum. And they've researched the Chimera. Interesting. They both have much more research than us since they have expanded, and these guys have had a good research spot. The city is going down. It's gonna be a massive. Nobody bothers us while we start this city. We should be in a good spot. This time our allies actually have a slight advantage. They have +10 loyalty. Since as a player we can adjust a fighting outnumber while the AI really can't, so we're giving them a small advantage. If you hold Alt when you're looking at attack estimate, it can estimate the damage that you will take from the city firing back next turn. They might get a unit here and kill it, but that's the risk we have to take to destroy this unit. Losing Sun Island is big because it costs 60 ore. Okay, let's get a tech priest Angiseers, and we're going for the second city. There's one more orc in the corner here, and we can see actually the city here. They disrupted a bit in the beginning, but maybe it's a good thing since we can jump on them faster as well. The other one seems to be busy with wildlife. Since the map is larger, there's also more wildlife as well. Even just on medium wildlife. Yeah, this is great. There's gonna be massive experience for this group of units. So this is down to 5 health. We are playing on a slow game pace. I think the allies will destroy the city here. So we're good. It's this type of scenario, slow. Okay, we got one of them. One of them is down. Drill to go. There's one more in the corner here, but we'll not go for that one now. We need to get the icon next. We gotta level up. So let's talk about abilities here on the tank commander. So full throttle ability will give tank commander and all the tanks adjacent more movement for the duration of the turn, so they can move further away. So basically move into better positions. This one is a free action. The second one, gun skill inside, another move for the tank commander and tanks. This one gives more range attacks. Each one actually is pretty good depending on what kind of tanks you have around. Even alone for a tank commander, every 2 turns is a damage increase with more additional range attacks. So plus 15% means the battle cannon will have 115. That ability roll over them is a special attack that just destroys ground infantry units. It's probably the best ability to always unlock first. And the last ability, Striking Shroud, for the tank commander and the surrounding tanks, you activate for 3 turns Smoke Screen, which provides range damage reduction, which with all the benefits the tanks have for protection, plus they have also combo netting, it just makes them harder to kill with range. We'll get gun skill inside a second. We're gonna go visit the Jokero Terrain encampment to buy the tantalizing icon so we can generate more influence and don't have to pay influence with this tank. We need to repair the sentinels as well. We're doing a little bit scouting with this one. Looks like there's an orc here. I do love to see this, not like outpost every 3 tiles. This is the way to go, man. This is the way to go. Too much snowballing with those outposts and the artifacts on medium setting. And I create a hellish environment with minimal resources, Rubio. So you can see it's mostly snow for research, which is the weakest resource of the 4 on the bonus tile. Wildlife is on medium. So this is the Jokero Terrain encampment. You have an option here for shop, free action, and there is a various amount of units. You have these basic items. The Armor Plus bracelets just give you +1 armor. Cost 60 influence to buy. You have some items that have charges, you know, 1 use. Sometimes it's good to get a recovery package to just, you know, heal yourself so the hero survives. Various type of items. Some are situational. Then you have more uncommon items like +2 armor mounted V vest. It is significant even for the steam tank from the tank commander. Concealed weapon system is probably one of the best ones to get. Plus 25% attacks, which is just gonna do way more damage. The heroes should be hitting hard. On some heroes this is even crazier. The tank commander is not the highest damage hero, but it's one of the highest toughness heroes. And with the pretty good damage. The first one we're gonna take, we're not gonna go all over them. There's a lot of them. The first one we're going to get is the Tantalizing Icon. So it costs 240 influence. 160 is normal, but we're playing slow, so it's 240. It generates 8 influence. So over time it will pay for itself, and it will pay for the hero, and start to generate extra influence. So long-term bonus. You can have one of these per hero. There's some very impressive melee stuff for the later heroes. That's why the melee ones do get crazier later. But there are even some range options like the concealed weapon system. So Tantalizing Icon, first item. It will generate 8 influence per turn. It will pay for itself eventually 3 turns, and then it'll start to generate 2 influence per turn because the commander costs 6. So it's one of the best ones to get if you are in a long game. It's 20 turns on normal, 30 turns on slow. The items do get activated next turn. We need a hub block here. We need a hub block because population is the limit. And we're going to need more ore as well. And then energy as well. I'm doing a little bit scouting with this one. We still have that Rock's Pasture, which is big right now. Space Marine actually have 5 units here. Swire with is on the other side. There's some research here. There's an outpost here. Looks like the influence one. Maybe another Jokera trader encampment, or it could be the Skull Altar. Let's tell them to go here. Maybe we can eliminate this while it's still early. Eliminate the other AI here. And then we have the corner. There's another orc here. They're going to eventually run out of wildlife to fight, so they're gonna come after us. Well, this time our allies were under no pressure. We are the only ones on the front. It's a bigger map, so there is more wildlife, and these guys are actually having time to build up. These guys were being pressured all the time the last game. They do have 10% bonus now. If we can destroy this one before the other ones bother us, it could be massive. Potentially massive. We destroyed 2 orcs in the first game, in the last game. I have not mail now. I'm not even sure what's to watch there, it's like just a bunch of nonsense. They have 2 cities. So they went for an early expand. If we can finish... Ooh, they build a city there. They're only expanding. The Dhaka Club. We might be able to destroy this one before anything. So this is the Chimera tank. Possibilities work for cargo embarked on this transport. This, I guess this means for the Lord Commissar. As a multi-laser, heavy bolter, and last gun array. This is a manned weapon, so you have to have somebody inside. And it's interesting. It actually has weapons. Does the same as the Sentinels. This is an investment here again. But we might be able to do it. We open tier 5 now. Tier 5 has a Basilisk, is the artillery tank, has the Edict technology that increases the growth of the cities. It has a technology for increased infantry armor. Psychic Covenant building that produces psychics as well as generates energy and influence. A recovery gear increases the healing rate for the ground vehicles, and a void shield generator, another ability for the tech priest and seers to construct shield generators so they grant range damage reduction to units in range. I think we're gonna go with a recovery gear here first, because we won't be able to afford the Basilisk going for the city. Basically just makes the tanks vehicles heal a little bit faster when they heal. We destroyed that rock, and we just claim this corner here, and we're gonna be breeding much easier. The orcs are expanding, which doesn't give us much more time before they start attacking around. They have 2 cities from the looks of it here. How did the city heal by 6 health there? It's gonna take a while to destroy. But we have to destroy it. Hopefully nobody attacks our city there, we have to deal with this. They just expanded here, so they went for the expansion. Ooh, the boys have melted bombs. It's gonna make the city go down faster. Commander has 7 armor on. This time the Space Marines didn't lose much. They were even in a better spot this time, and these guys are in a much better spot as well. The map is a little bit bigger, so we have a little bit more room to breed. They have no requisitions right now. Instead of building a requisition building, they build a librarian, which makes no sense. The second one makes no sense. So unless they lose some units, they won't be able to get anything else. But they have enough units, so it's fine for now. Looks like we're gonna clear the corner here. Fermentation pool here and ruins of wall, nothing exciting. Try to claim that fermentation pool for food. And the fortress here to get the they're crazy for technology for some reason this time. This is excellent. We fought them off and they left. These guys lost units and then they went for expansion. Oh, we got a tech priest. One, two, three, four. The city is slowly surrounded by cliffs. Which means we have to go expand in a very weird positions. This is the only food on the map that actually there is any food here. So you won't be able to expand on any of these tiles because of the cliffs. It makes it quite a safe spot. We get 2 tiles here, 2 tiles here, 2 tiles here. With 3. Can you build the wire vines? Wireweed, you have to clear it first. We're gonna keep these 2 forests, but we're gonna clear these 2. Then gonna go south. I guess this slot makes more sense for a city because we get more room. And should be protected. Second city is primarily gonna be for resources. We are kind of low on our resources. It's very good that we managed to sneak up on these guys. Those 2 guys, I guess they were, we were not surrounded by them, they were actually surrounded by us. That was a big deal to clear those 2 guys that were stuck here in the corner. They were separated from the rest of the orcs. And our guys actually listened to the markers. They went straight in. Okay, we cleared the forests that were blocking us here. We got a hub block now. We do need more ore, and we're gonna need more energy soonish as well. That's a good tip. That's a good tip. Thank you, boys. How is this thing damaged? We'll level up on Moja. We'll go for lower Ordem too, with more damage. We might still have time to take this before the others. We really need this to food. Shame we might be able to grab it. Ooh, still a chance. The melter bombs are doing a serious damage there. This time the Astra Militarum wasn't pressured at all, they actually managed to build stuff. Oh, nice, get 2 food here. How's their stuff looking? 3 loyalty. They're actually producing vehicles as well. Last time they didn't go for vehicles at all. They're making psychers. Okay, this is gonna be the second orc eliminated. Now we'll be able to breed much easier. These guys have a lot of units. Put this guy in the range for the experience gain. Okay, the second orc eliminated. 11 to go. We even got the outposts for research here. Space Marines actually built quite a bit of units this time. They actually survived, didn't suicide on cities. This time we actually give them a markers immediately to attack the closest city instead of them going randomly. This could have been influenced as well. They listened to both markers immediately. Everything in range gets experience from the kill. What's this for the city? There are 4 tile radius. One, two, three, 4. So we can build it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the only slot we can build where it's safe or here. We'll lose 2 building slots here, but it gets immediately extra food. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't even build it here. It's here or here. One, two, three, 4. Can't even build it here. So it's only here. This spot here. No ore fields. Fuck it, I'm going in the corner, man. Plan B when everything goes to shit. They will never find me. Never. I'm taking that corner slot there. Corner camping. There's too many orcs around. We'll get a corner at the max distance. Our first city was in a bad spot, but our second city is gonna be protected. I think we can claim all the tiles if we build it in a good radius. You see this tank is getting stuck to the trees. This is Planet Fortress. And it all starts in that corner. This is Planet Corner Camp. So recover gear, guns, vehicles, plus 30% healing. So they're basically healing outside the outpost like they're in an outpost when they heal. Okay, get a basilisk deck next. Akatama asks Alice if they play Tegless or level my Pali. Level their Pali. Did you buy the icon? Yeah. First thing I did. Okay, let's calculate the tiles. Try to make it look nice. The cliffs do block the tile acquisition, but I want to stake the city that claims the most of the tiles here. So it looks like this Necron tomb is here ideal. Radius 1 is basic, Radius 2 is with first substructure expansion. And Radius 3 with the substructure supply tunnels. So here we can take the whole corner if we build here. We'll have the Radius 3, there's no cliffs blocking it. The cliffs do block the pathing of the city tiles for some reason. I think they should fix that. Can you have more than one item on the hero? Consumables, sure, but the other ones, no. Only one work. So this is where we build the city. Strategic location, obviously. We go here, we can claim the corner tile. Yeah, we have to be on it. That is hard to fill, but you never know. You never know. It's true that it's hard to fill. But if we are building in a corner, the option to claim the corner tile has to be available. Otherwise, can you really call it a corner city? Then again, you can build in a corner. It's safer if it's close to in the corner. The true corner camp.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
It's not good in the corner. It has to be like one of these two tiles or this. Should be at least 2 tiles from the edge. So this is the perfect one then. Then we can claim this one with 3 radius. Ignorance Razor. We have a tantalizing icon. We'll be buying the Jokero weapon system. Concealed weapon system. Next. We do have the influence almost. Wonder if we should poke that. Nothing we can build right now. We get the city first. This outpost doesn't really matter. It's extra growth. We can't keep up with the resources. It's slow. Yeah, I have plans for stuff like this, Kryven, because you know, just playing free for all is like gets boring after a while. So the scenarios like this with the aesthetic planet side, the hellish or different looking, with teams and stuff. Interesting how adjacent to this one doesn't give you anything. Yeah, we'll be playing Bell Brothers eventually. Okay. This is the closest I build a city in the corner ever. We don't have the ore to keep building here. 30 research, Should just wait right now. Maybe we tell our guys to go here. Maybe we can actually get the boss place there. Should have taken this first though. There should be enough units to overrun that city, I feel. Why does it say +4 health? They have a Val L10. These guys haven't probably taken much damage. Keep in mind, guys, you can also rename cities with a rename. Concealed weapon system, 25% attacks. How's the loyalty looking on this one? -6, so should we get ore here first? Tune to Kislev, we got it. The heavy weapon teams could be a big deal there if it starts shooting. It has a heavy, so it loses accuracy after moving. Better to get the extractor here, because it's only -1 loyalty. So their units are not here right now. Maybe there's a couple of Castellans giving them the trouble. Have a drop on them here. What's in the change? We went with a bigger map, no Lord of Skulls, and we gave the allies the hard bonus, so +10 loyalty. Oh, they're sending Death Copter. This is a large map. 2 orcs are down, 11 to go. Good experience here for all the units. That Chimera has survived. Interesting. Looks like markers are the way to go. Oh, Killikins are coming. Killikins counter all this here. Put a marker here. Remove this marker here. Maybe we can demoralize them here. Have a drop on the yellow ones. The experience is starting to stack. Okay, we got level 4 on Mojo. Repairing this one here, and the capital, ore extractor, and ore extractor. Yeah, we need more ore. We have 2 scout sentinels and the capital if somebody wants to rename. Kilakans are armored, so they're tough to kill. They're pretty good in close range. There goes the Chimera. We might be able to destroy the city here since we have a lot of units here. This is everything Marines got. They have to lose units before they can make more. Melter bombs are pretty good against cities. We'll investigate what our allies are doing in their cities when the turn starts. There's gonna be a nasty overwatch on those helicopters. They're trying to go for the tech priests, it looks like. We already have a concealed weapon system, so extra attacks on the tank commander. Oh, Basilisk Technologies here, turn 75. Looks like we have this city, no problem. Tier 6 has been unlocked. Tier 6 has some good stuff. Commonating, improved frag casing and Lamar's battle tank. Commonating increases the range damage reduction of ground vehicles. This increases damage of grenades, missiles and blast weapons. I'm gonna go commonating first. Lemon is 120. We need to increase our ore before we can see the lemon because we want to build buildings. We might be able to destroy this ones as well. This one is still rolling here. I forgot to check what our allies are doing. I don't think Marines have anything. They have to lose units before they get new ones. They have 3 assault space marines and 1, 2, 3, 4 tactical space marines. It's actually all the planning, considering. They have no requisitions. They're also running out of energy. These guys have also been going a lot, and this time they haven't. They totally skipped heroes this time. They do have 2 librarians. They haven't built another one. This one's they haven't built any heroes this time. The last time they were actually just getting heroes. It's funny how that goes. Getting another Chimera here. Here they're getting resources. This is at capacity now. Should acquire this tile so nothing drops here. There's another 20% research for this city. Looks like the city is going down. This is rolling right now. We're getting some nice experience fighting those two. Nice. Is this 3 orcs down? Three orcs down, 10 to go. We're rolling. Easy game, easy life. Did it just jinx it? Nah, we good, we good. These markers this time made all the difference. And these guys were 2 in the corner there. Yeah, it was definitely a bad starting location. But we had really no pressure. Moaned? What are you talking about? There was no moaning here. It was just mentioning some facts here. There's a Castellan here. Maybe this thing is what's blocking the pass here. It's not in our best interest to destroy Castellans. This is the big wildlife robot. Repulsor greed and feel no pain. Damage reductions. These guys have to pass the signs out. Slavers, more Castellans. These Castellans might be the things that's blocking this side. Bigger map makes all the difference. Got some ore going. It's starting to lose power. I'm gonna try to be greedy about buildings without getting a basilisk, since building in 2 cities is gonna be costly. We'll see how that goes. There's an army rolling here, so we're good right now. 2 sentinels and a tank commander should be fine for now. I think bigger map also means more castellans, which could be problematic depending where they are. There's a Siren Caster here. This is an artifact which increases the loyalty of every city. And buffs the requisitions for Marines. Okay, we got more research now. I'm gonna go more ore here. I don't think Space Marines had any losses this match. Made all the difference. Yeah, I'm here. Well, they have no resource to do anything else right now. Makes all the difference when they can get things rolling with extra resource unit stack instead of just losing stuff. Make dead. There's also cliffs here. This is towards the middle. The middle is most populated by the wildlife. Lost the food here. We're getting the food here. You guys are producing nice here. And they literally have no resources. Unless they lose a couple of units, they won't have anything. This will damage them in long term, but it's good in short term. Because the units are rolling while they're still okay. They're eventually gonna hit where this unit's gonna won't be able to do much further. Other orcs. And there's a war boss. The bigger map, I think, made a more difference. The both our allies this time have 10 more loyalty. Doesn't really matter much for the Marines, but it helps the Astra Militarum. Yoo-hoo! Hey, Paulo. Thanks for playing our game. Like it, love it. How I call it, the hidden gem. Managed to get close to 400 hours since the game got released. Been playing it on and off when I feel like it. Our Terminators is pretty good. Pretty good, you just have to get there. They just come later. What about if we give a base game for free to your audience here now? It's totally up to you here. Sounds good. I think Terminators are tier 7. Technology-wise, I'm not even sure what they're getting. Get another influence outpost. And we're gonna poke here to see what is here. Looks like wildlife. We don't want to go into the middle. Middle has most of the wildlife. Some enslavers, probably all those Castellans. Yeah, we're just probably gonna disengage here. Yeah, we're gonna go greedy construction here. See how much we can go with it. We have 253 ore right now. Feels so safe right now. Feels so safe. Maybe I should start producing some basilisks. Wildlife is on medium. I feel so safe right now. I feel like I can even get another city here. Huh. What do we do here, guys? Do we get tanks or do we get another city? Maybe get another city here while it's calm and quiet. I'm gonna try to get another city. Our carpet has rolled and we managed to destroy a couple of work cities. Bigger map made all the difference here. I don't want to go into the middle. The middle is going to be mostly wildlife. I think our ally is going to be stuck with it. Just heal here. We need to give them more directions. There's like the closest enemy city is here. Maybe we should tell them to go there. If they go into the middle, they're gonna clear all the wildlife and the orcs will just pour in. There's still 10 orcs. One basilisk. And we could get one basilisk. We have over 200 ore right now. And there's still 10 orcs. I think they're mainly fighting the center right now. One basilisk should be fine. Okay, let's see. We are at 8 negative loyalty here. And still can get 3 buildings here. Within energy building, that's like a no-brainer. By the time it gets up, this is probably gonna get 10 negative, 20% less production. We'll see there. We're gonna get more ore here. This is rocks here, so 20% more ore. Where's the edict for ore? It's extraction quotas. Well, let's see. What do we have here, right? 1 ore extractor, and we got 3 ore extractors here. I think our allies are going to the middle now, which is really bad. We also have to consider a research building as well. Let's tell the allies to go around so they don't get in the middle. Going to middle, it would be really bad. Tell them to go here, and then we'll tell them to go down here. Like, let's tell them to go here, and when they go there, we'll go around, and maybe poke here. We don't want to clear the center. Clearing the center will just help the orcs. center is what's probably keeping us alive right now. Option to give resource to the AI allies? No. They actually got Terminator's technology. Still crazy they built a second librarium next to Ruins of Wall instead of a requisition building. What? They built 3 Apothecarians? I just noticed. I just noticed. This guy's gonna be spamming infantry. They're not looking good here. This second librarian should have been a requisition building. These guys are doing surprisingly good. Here as well. A little bit questionable for early loyalty building, but everything else good. Yeah, the Terminators are expensive. 120 ore. It's like a lemon rust battle tank. Yeah, heal there. As the time goes on now, our units are starting to lose that quality. So we managed to roll a couple of them, but that's it. We have to go around to get to the other ones. Going through the middle will just help the orcs. Yeah, they went with extra infantry, extra Apothecarians, no requisition building. Third Apothecarian instead of requisition building is crazy. Second Librarian is questionable as well, because there was ruins there surrounded by Arctic. How many orcs defeated? 3. 10 to go. This is 3 versus 13. Our allies have a small advantage. All the orcs are on normal. It helps the Astra Militarum more than it helps the Space Marines. Space Marines basically just 10% more, while these guys can expand so they can avoid the negative loyalty easier. They enslave the Chimera. I'll rip 60 ore. I love this soundtrack from the Kafril Dari DLC. This is what the CA have stopped doing. You know, we used to get like a new soundtrack every campaign pack, and there've been even some changes, but we haven't gotten a new soundtrack in a while from Warhammer 2. Kislev is probably gonna build a new. We're gonna bring a new soundtrack to the game into the mix. Warhammer 3 as well. Okay, let's just poke here. I really want to scout everything. OCD. Our corner seat is progressing nicely. I don't think we're ever gonna have to drop back here, but better safe than sorry, right? Basilisk, Tech Priest, Engineers. No, for People Gladius, no, I'm a single player. I'm gonna go hail this on the city. This would be a +2 loyalty for the cities. Maybe we should try to get that back. There's a Castellan guarding it. Killing a Castellan will help the orcs. Funny how that sounds. They're not going there, they're actually going around now. I guess we're gonna have to clear at least the one edge of the middle. That would be a +2 loyalty for both of our cities, which would help a bit. These things are very good at fighting the factions map control, since they're tough to kill. Especially if there are a couple of them together. Probably have these guys are gonna have losses to the Castellans. Okay, the Siren Caster is a artifact that provides +2 loyalty for our cities. It's considered from units. It helps a bit. Okay, I will repair this one here. So I'll continue to scout here. Let's see if anybody's in the north. Losing energy right now, but we're getting a plasma ionizer for more power. We're playing in a scenario where it's kind of a hellish world with minimal resources, and it's all run by the orcs. It's a team of 3 versus 13 orcs. We played it on a tiny, small, and a medium map and lost every time. We did some changes every time. The last attempt was good, but managed to get overrun in the end. Now on a larger map with more space, more wildlife, just because the size of the map might be actually more doable. Commoneting, so its technology grants the vehicle's damage reduction against range. You can see it immediately here. Blue means it's been researched, and it's a plus 70% range damage reduction. Increases toughness of the units. Usually when there is outpost and artifact this close, you kind of want to put a bastion in the middle to protect it, but we can't do it right now. Next attempt, 1 versus 15 on a huge map. I can see attempt like that playing with Necrons, but I don't think that's possible with Astra Militarum. There's another orc here. That's the orange one. How much influence we got? We actually got plenty of influence. We should use some of those influence to get ore. We got extraction quotas, edict to increase the production of ore. Maybe if I give myself a loyalty buff, like of hard or very hard, I might be able to attempt that with the Astra Militarum. It's like 10 or maybe like 30 loyalty buff, it might be doable. Tau versus 10 Tyranids when? There's definitely a wide variety of scenarios you can do. That's like the beauty of this game, you can just customize so much options. Games feel very different. When did we discover the ore field? Where is that ore field? Like the ore field is like the best thing you can have next to your city. This is still being constructed. 30% research, 4% research. Okay. I'll poke there. Ooh, there's an Umbra here. I guess the larger maps have more Castellan robots and they have Umbras as well. Not sure how it's gonna be going against my tank there. So should be okay-ish. I'm still not sure what to think about this thing. It's like it's mysterious, and I'm not even sure of its capabilities. We haven't fought much. Six attacks on 6 armor penetration, 3.2 damage, and 8 accuracy. That is potentially a lot of damage, especially if it has some levels. Somebody said this is a sphere from that Startus video series on the YouTube. They do appear on bigger maps. Maybe one of the reasons why we didn't see a big invasion this time is because of the center is overrun by these things. Like I said, the bigger map makes all the difference. If there's more enemies or a higher difficulty. More room to breed and takes longer for them to find you. There's also more things in between. And since this is also on slow game pace, it takes longer to recover losses or build anything. So if anybody's rolling, you know, they're gonna be rolling. The center is crazy. The RL is gonna lose a lot here, I think. Fuck that ore field, I'm going back. No, I'm getting ore filled. Oh god. Okay, we're gonna be going back out of this place soon. That center looks infested. It's like ore field in the center, sharder wall in the center, all the good stuff. This is gonna help the ores more than gonna help us. Food and influence. It looks like the moment those enslavers have taken the Chimera, the air just got triggered to go there. We haven't seen any health or damage artifacts, we only saw the Siren Caster. Those are the Cartachan Devils. They're like 30-meter long scorpions. They have a strong melee attack, but it's stronger against like less entities. They have stealth, smash, moves to cover, and they can infiltrate, so they don't get targeted by Overwatch. They're also fast, 6 movement. They can appear out of nowhere and just smash things. I'm gonna try to get this this thing here. This is the nest, the Cartachan Devil lair. To the cultists. Yeah, the bigger map has more dangerous wildlife for sure, even if it's the same on the medium. The medium on a wildlife on a larger map meets way more than on a smaller map. I mean, if you've seen that first game with a tiny map, the wildlife was like non-existent. Only on a small map there were differences. I'm getting this recaf leaf. Blaze it. Okay. We should consider a research building here, considering there is ruins of wall. It should be built on a slot adjacent to the ruins of wall that is Arctic, so you get a plus 4% bonus. So we'll get this one and build it there. The city is generating nearly 23 ore. Power situation is gonna be resolved for a bit. I have to consider Sanctum Imperialis here. I I don't want to go on 10 negative loyalty, which is where we're going. I think you pretty much need one Sanctum Imperialis per hub block that is reaching capacity. Since this hub block is reaching capacity, and then we have to consider Sanctum Imperialis. We don't really care much for a positive effect unless it's a massive city, but we don't want to go negative 10. It's minus 20% production on production buildings, and we only have one of each. Maybe you build another Imperial Barracks Ashes. Or there has been overflow of production. I think the overflow exists in this game. The plan for today, boys, is we're doing another 2 hours of this. Then it's going to be a raid in WoW Classic, most likely Nax. And when that is done, we are switching right back to Gladius here. There's going to be plenty of Gladius for several days. We're going to be also playing Orcs. And possibly another type of scenario with Necrons. Food is ready right now, so I'm gonna go eat, and I'll see you in a bit. I'm here, boys. Food finished. Oh man, the people from this game were here in the channel earlier. At least one of them from one of the publishers. And I forgot to mention my main complaint about this game. I froze. I forgot to mention my main complaint about this game. There is a serious problem here, guys, in this game. You know what? There's a lack of tanks. We need more tanks. Small ones, medium ones, large ones, massive ones. We need more tanks. It's the main problem in this game, guys. They have not put enough tanks in this game. Astra Militarum should get at least 2, 3 or 4 more tanks. Orcs should get at least another tank. More tanks. So devs, if you're still here, more tanks please. 1 unit perfection per DLC. What? 2 more tanks for everybody. Call it the tank DLC. Everybody should ride a tank. You guys need to fix this problem in the game. Add more tanks. Where were we? So yeah, we've been poking in the middle here. We're gonna just do the favor to the orcs to clear the middle. Let's take this outpost here. Ore and energy here. There's an artifact here. Hard to say what it is right now. If I move the sentinels here, they can get experience of killing the scorpion. Kinda puts them in harm's way though. Okay, 2 more experience here, no level up yet. Maybe this one gives us level up. Ooh, not yet. Each level is 5% damage, health, and 10% morale. I feel like the center was quite a bit for the orcs. It's the only reason we haven't seen more of them. The bigger maps did its thing. On bigger maps, you probably can consider increasing difficulty from normal to hard for this type of scenarios, but time will tell, right? It's, you know, too early to say what's gonna happen here. Goddamn enslaver making Astra Militarum kill their own tanks. I think I should see what this artifact here is in a draw. Fortunately, we can build a bastion here to protect this area. Maybe we it's kind of far, but 2 loyalty per city. It's gonna matter more with more than 2 cities. Scorpion did good damage there. So what are we gonna do about this? We roll over these guys. They're actually gonna survive. Huh. Interesting. There's the enslaver down there. We should have a pretty good morale here against it. Yeah, this is didn't get any experience. So probably was just on the edges of the fights. Grok's patch, more food here. We see another orc there. So 2 of them on the top here. Makes me wonder what they're doing. There's still 10 orcs around. Maybe we should get a second tank commander. Huh. Second tank commander. Such a good tip. Such a good tip. How many extractors do we have here? 3. We're piling up so much ore right now. We'll get some research here, so get to tier 8 faster. This one has 40% research here. This is water than 3 extractors. It's also affected, I think, by loyalty. Another tank commander. Another icon. Yes, you can get the same artifact in the same commander. I think another tank commander is massive. But it's very expensive. Maybe. We would need to save some influence for it. So we can claim this artifact here. What is this? Ooh, health. Health is good. I'd rather prefer it was damage. So all our units now gain a mobile hull projector buff plus 10% hit points. There's an enslaver running around. I need to shoot that down enslaver. These things mind control the some low morale units. It also cause debuff to morale. Every artifact has one enslaver around. Hey Connie. Oh good. Another Grok's pasture here. I actually wonder where these guys went. So let's see if we want to have anything from before. We want to awaken the machine, but not right now. We're gonna need Imperial Bastion later. Oh, we're not under pressure, so we don't really need it now. Let's get the Lemon Rust Bell Tank technology. The 3 good technologies here for vehicles. So it looks like the orcs and us are both sides just clearing the center right now. Bare bones gear for tank commander. I feel like it's tantalizing icon, concealed weapon system, and an adamantium vest. The orcs build up 10 fast. They probably have a Brazilian influence as well. Yeah, it looks like the center has not been explored much. But we're not just pushing them now here. Let's get a little enslaver, a little free that chimera. This is the center of the map here. Most of wildlife is there. There's a castellan here. 2 Grok's pastures. Research is going up. Loyalty, Basilisk, and attack with Angiseers. It's interesting how the Marines haven't dropped a fortress next to that ore field. It's another shard wall here. The energy in our outpost. We control over third of the map right now. Those are webway gates for the Elder. Roll them over here. The Chimera will live. Looks like it's open season on the wildlife. I'm gonna go for that patcher so we don't have to build up food anytime soon. We lost the loyalty artifact here. Count Sentinels cannot win against Castellans, so I'm gonna have to avoid it. There'll be a lot of Umbras and Castellans around the middle. Sherlock Wood says playing Chaos Marines, Chaos Space Marines, got a Demon Marines on turn 11. Damn. What's the upkeep on the Demon Prince? Yeah, looks like most of the wildlife is here now. Castellans. Probably the reason why the orcs haven't been out of control. We can expand our corner empire here. This corner city is gonna be so safe. I think the Chimera gets this as well, yeah. Level 6, we could get Strike and Shroud. Yeah. Makes you happy. I wonder what's gonna happen when I clear the middle here. One thing is immediately noticeable on a large map. That's the medium wildlife is been causing problem to the medium AI. But they could be cut off on the other side with already building a third city. So their first big stick. This is a Basilisk. It's a tank. Has a big gun. It's called the Earthshaker Cannon. Has a minimum range of 2 up to 6. It's basically stronger than a battle cannon, but it does not really require line of sight, so you can fire indirectly. It cannot fire at close range. On 2 range has a heavy bolter as well. It can fire both at 2 range. It's usually just stay in the back firing the Earthshaker Cannon. Some of those units which wanna min-max experience, make sure this unit getting the kills, or not getting the experience, because the Earthshaker Cannon gets good as it gets more levels. Three upkeep on that thing. 431 ore. What the fuck? Ooh, tank commander. I needed another tank commander in my life. So bad. Gonna take priest. How much is the third city? 120 ore. Guys, you have no idea how much you need a second tank commander in your life. When we can actually afford it. There's an orc outpost here. I guess we're gonna be clearing the center. It's not ideal. What are these guys doing? They have no requisitions, running out of power. Can't believe they built 3 Apothecarians and 2 Librarians. This guy's been building good. The last one did better in the buildings, but worse on the field. He should have built 2 requisition buildings instead of Apothecarium and Librarium. Second Librarium. This guy's doing so much better this time. It's kind of regarding this because we are getting a third city. Those Castellans are under pressure, so they'll eventually go down now. We have nearly half the map under control. Nearly. Lost level 5 Marines there. Should free some requisitions. I think how it works with the deficit of the resources, if you have food or deficit, nothing bad happens, because you just won't be able to build. But if you have the energy deficit, I think some of the buildings stop working. What is less growth? Could be. Could be. The city also needs influence, so we need to save some influence. Nice, we're stockpiling food and energy, and the ore is looking good. I wonder if the second tank commander increases the cost of the next tank commander by another 100%. So it'll cost 3 times as much. Fork Gork. What if we tell everybody to come down here? We need 120 influence for this, huh? It's a lot. Clearing all the wildlife would be bad. Maybe they just ignore the rest of it and go down. They just build a city just above us here, that's good. Kill this one. It's on low health, it should have nowhere to go. No, I'm not really decided, Shalkwood. Does look like we might be able to stage that city. Oh, we got 42 research now. I still have 2 population that can work here. More ore. What's that super heavy aircraft called that we can get? Is the Marauder Bomber? Marauder Bomber. It's almost like there's something moving here and we don't see it. There's a region here, Gallet. Only slowly going down. Oh, there's another city here. So they expanded towards these guys. Minimal distance. Medium relay pipes. Makes me wonder where the units are. Build the city here, expand the corner empire. Almost like Xandris next. We still have 2 population to work here. Three power right now. If you get any power, it's probably best here because of the bonus of 20%. I'm getting buildings all the time as well. Better have more power. Another power building here. Yeah, I enjoyed playing Elder. Level 6 units here. Space Marines did very good this time. On the field at least, their city is botched really. Lemon Rust Belting. The Lemon Rust Belting is an ironclad declaration of might made manifest. They are the mainstay of the Imperial Guard's armed forces, lumbering slabs of armor and intolerance whose inexorable advance has ground a billion foes of the Imperium to bloody ruin. Sounds about right. 2 turns for this city here. No military here right now, interesting. Quite the spot here. See how long it's gonna take our allies to get here. I think I can kill it if I get at the heavy bolt range. Then we are exposed to that Umber there. Buzz is a tank, it's armored, has decent health, but still, it can be hit hard by some stuff, especially if it's melee. We have currently extra 10% health. Extra vehicle armor, 9 turns, sounds good. More research this time. +1 armor for all vehicles. And they're not really going into the middle. I mean, we basically touched the middle there. We'll try to destroy the Orc City. It's a level 5 guardsman there, they've seen some shit. These guys have a level 10 wall. It's also been built on fungus. Okay. It's a level 2 for the basilisk. Yoo-hoo! You can start shelling the Fort Gork. Hey John. We can build a city here next turn. So what are they building in their third city here? Starting with a loyalty building, interesting. These guys haven't built anything in a long time. They kind of brick the city with 2 librarians and 3 apothecarians, nor acquisition buildings. But thank God they haven't taken losses in the field. But like once they start taking losses in the field, it's gonna go ugly for them. Short term, they've been doing more than amazing. Long term, they are fucked, I think. What's this weapon called again? A hotshot las gun. Has 4 arm penetration. Those looks more accurate than the regular guys. There's a war boss there and a tank buster. Will those wasps kill the pet science? Ooh, now I see where the orcs went. Fucking hell. This is the swarm of death. They impregnate the enemies and just create more wasps. Well, let's swarm him in 40k. Everything is weaponized. We should kill a tank buster here. Missed a shot in the city though. Take Overwatch here to kill it. We'll keep this one here. This thing will get hit. They have 4% extra hit points, about 10. That power claw is such a deadly melee. Funny how it's unwieldy, but the war boss has 8 accuracy with it. I mean, other faction heroes would have like 10 with such an attack, or if not 12. Okay, third city, boys. The dream. The Corner Empire expands. Some of the better named cities, Andri. be nice -12 loyalty here now. This tile actually has +10 food now. Guess we can make a farm here later on. We have to make sure that this doesn't go too negative. Got 2 sanctums here. This is so bricked, man. At least they're gonna get here tech. Maybe they're gonna drop the what they called. Is it the Aquila macro cannon? What about getting another labor core? Our resources can't really keep up with it. I did some things in the past like that. You can't really keep up with it. Building in 3 cities, plus you need units. We can not under pressure, so we don't need to get extra units. That's why we're getting a 3rd city. But the resources won't be able to keep up with it for a bit. Mega nobs. No implants at least. The unit has 11 armor, that's a lot. This is not enough here with these things coming here. We need the artillery unit here. What the hell's the artillery? Getting another tank commander 6th turn is gonna be massive. Massive. Melter bombs are very good against the city, we just need more troops down there. One wasp down. We did clear, I think, most of the middle here. At least the left side and the middle. Might be something more on the right side. Looks like orcs are gathering. The city is what, 87 health? think I'll take a Lemnar's Belting here. 15 turns. No time. It's 3-hour extractors here. We have still one more population to do stuff here. This is rocks. The orcs also have this thing called mob rule. Reduces the morale loss based on the amount of allied units in the area. Orcs are simplistic, brutal creatures who love to fight and draw confidence from possessing strength in numbers. The mega nobs are a problem there. Currently they really can't fight them off. I'll still stay here to poke a bit. Maybe the allies send more troops. Those space marines have to lose about 3 units so they can actually get their acquisition building. And I have a feeling, guys, it's just a feeling, that they might build another Apothecarium or a Librarium. Just a feeling. Straight to tier 10. They're gonna get a land raider out with 0 acquisitions. Maybe they're doing the Aquila macro cannon meta. Shoot everybody with big cannons. And that buzzers to the front. I will activate the extraction quarters here. It's 50 ore for 60 influence. I guess need one or more extractor to make it a better ratio. They have medipacks. Very good. Our research is okay. Not great, not terrible. While those space marines, they're going for a science victory. That's a problem because there's nothing else to attack that. There's a warboss going around. Not a big health. It's not inside the city, so it's might be just roll over him. Oh, it's on cooldown. That city might attract Castellan robots. We might be able to kill this. Would be a big loss. They probably even demoralize the city. It's just like not enough damage. Come on, look at this. 0.7 health. The Basel is coming down here as fast as he can. They're out of influence. Makes you wonder what's gonna happen when they're out of influence. Actually, the influence goes into negative. I don't remember that. Influence can go negative. Capital's looking pretty good, but we're getting again close to 10 negative loyalty. Look at this forest here. 10 commander in 3. I was checking the ally resources. When you click on their city, you can see their resources. Moja can survive quite a bit here. As long as the cities attacking will not heal. The orcs, orc cities can recover instantly almost. And the Space Marines are starting to take losses there. So the instant influence will go negative. This guy went around there. I think it's worth going after him. Very nice. Killing that war boss is gonna be massive. Should be levels here as well. Yeah. Demoralize the city, that's huge. We get a tech priest Angiseers next turn. Nothing we can do about the city right now. Maybe send our second tank commander to clear that. Or it gets out of control. Maybe a bit of Bastion here to guard this area. It is artifact for loyalty and science. Yeah, that city's going down. So the wall level was much more of an obstacle this time to the AI due to this map size. Protecting an artifact with a bastion to have it as long as possible, it's usually the right thing to do. We have 3 cities, and that artifact gives us +2 loyalty per city. We are gonna lose this city, I think. Another tech priest here. Take a long time to build. More ore here. We get a lot of extractors here. We can always just pick up the extraction quotas, but we also have to get the loyalty building. Since we build a 3rd city. This markers that you can put for the air to go there, it's actually been very useful this game. Those early cities were all focused. Can a bastion being healed by a tech priest kill a city? Yeah. If nobody interferes, yeah. It has 10 armor. It will take a while though. Extra vehicle armor, or our vehicles now get 1 more armor. Considering the armor already, it's significant. This one is gonna be going down. Buzz doesn't will get experience, a shame. Maybe we can do it next turn. Ooh, looky here, boys! Tank Commander number 2. How much does a 3rd tank commander cost? Oh yeah, it's again doubled. I don't think we're gonna be getting another one. Okay, that's it for tank commanders. Yeah, each copy increases the next one by 100%. Thank you to Nomoyati here. Okay. Now we go for the additional heavy bolters through dozer blades. Dozer blades is for the tanks to reduce movement penalty in the forest and Imperial ruins. And it looks like we're winning this one, boys. The wildlife in the middle must have been too much for them. So on a large map, we might consider increasing difficulty to hard. Yeah, this is 3 vs 13, but this time was on a large map. and the thing here. You can click on this thing here and then click there, click to remove it, or you can just control left mouse button. Oh, let's take this research here. I mean influence. We'll try to save 240 for another tantalizing icon. Level 7 on Moja. Got a building slot here. Lemon Ross in 9 turns. Well, this time it looks like they got stopped by the wildlife in the middle. The bigger map made all the difference. We can probably on a large map put them on hard. They get plus 10 loyalty. Makes things more interesting because there's more space as well. They had 3 cities. Maybe they brick their cities like the Marines. Last time was like an endless set of units. This time is like there's like no units. They are allied. I think the center was too much for the initial advance. Haven't researched Bastion now. Let's show away that Castellum first. That is positive now. They actually started generator acquisitions, but they're losing influence. Maybe they'll build the acquisition building. The Scorch alone is so devastating. There's mechs behind that killer cans. Zone control this game, yeah. This time the Marines are doing so much better than the last time. We did more markers this time. The smelter bombs are all being really good against the cities. Look at this, the AI is repairing my tank! What the hell? You just repaired my tank! Well, everybody has a boss, so I guess it's the boss place. hub block here. This feels so different compared to the last game. We increased the size of the map and gave our allies 10 more loyalty. That's it. No a lot of skulls. Let's cover more orcs. We destroyed 3 orcs so far. There are 10 left. This looks like it's into the corner. Upwell has contributed to both Bring Back Howdy and the Sizzlix initiative. Do you know what those two things do, Upwell? They kinda counter each other. So you just poofed 4k shekels. It's like, I'm all about poofing shekels, but only if it makes sense. One increases the cost of Howdy by 20k, another one decreases the cost of Howdy by 20k. You cannot be, you know, on the side of the Howdy and against the Howdy. Are you a city slicker or are you not a city slicker? This thing is fighting something else, huh? There's meg guns here. Can't get rid of them. Chaos. So you are a worshipper of chaos, and definitely not Zinj for sure. Getting another Lemongrass Bell tank. We definitely control half the map now. We might not under steam, we'll see. Those Space Marines with melter bombs have been rolling. The Space Marines actually felt like Space Marines in this game. Look at the red, even has a damage artifact. How many orcs left? 10. Those are blades. Get the fuck out of this place. Got Overwatch ready here. Yeah, these guys have a all one artifact there. Strange where the hell the units are. Maybe they bricked as well, like these guys. Like, look at this shit. Interesting. Additional heavy bolters. That's what we need. 2 tank commanders and 11 Rust belt and get more firepower. The AI has built a lemon rust belting, ladies and gentlemen. It is game over. Very strange. Not sure what's happening with the units this one. But it does look like on a large map you can definitely increase the difficulty of them. Oh, total different stuff on a smaller map. They were in our face the whole time because there was less space and I guess the less higher wildlife as well because it's a smaller map. What the hell was that thing doing there? I think the Space Marine have lost what? 2 of their units. Got a Lemonade Bell tank and the heavy bolters are on the way. Gotta clear the tile before we can build here. Yeah, I felt like the small, the medium map was fine for this type of stuff. We're getting additional heavy bolters in 9 turns. gun skill on side, so get on both tanks. Oh, there's another orc here. There's a tank bust Overwatch, this hurts. Fucking hell, there was orcs here? Look at his position. I still want to defend, not really to send forces out of. What was this color again? I think it was called Baylor Brown. We're playing White Scar. Was the Marines was it Teclis Blue or Lawton Blue? It was Teclis Blue. Let's try to clear this first before we go to the shop. Build a second city right next to the artifact. Okay. 9 left. Best to go to for that blow first. So nobody's bothering us on blow. These guys are at almost 40 requisitions again. Makes you wonder what's going on in the rest of the map. And where the hell is there are units? guys haven't sent a single unit. Do you know? No, there's not that much wildlife in the middle for because like this. Totally different game compared to the last one. Possibly. I mean, we've been eaten alive on a tiny and a small, heck, even on a normal mod. Now on a large, feels like totally different game. It's not like these guys have any bonus, they just got a good location. The Corner Empire. The Corner Empire. God damn. One day the Corner Empire will matter. Some mega nobs on the other side. Digital Hell Bolters in 3 turns. We destroyed this city without seeing a single unit. It's crazy. I need the hub block here. My alarm is ringing, meaning above raid time is soon. We're gonna save here, continue after the raid. Heck, we might even finish this today. We start a new game tonight. I'm playing Orcs next. We're gonna be playing a more standard game. I think what can change here a lot is if we put the Orcs on hard, if we are playing on a bigger map. This would have been made all the difference. They might have rolled a really bad terrain. I mean, look at my allies. I've been giving them markers, and they were going there. They were attacking. I think they add a place like this as well. They just basically mark an area and all go there, like 1 or 2 points. We'll save here. This was the Astra Militarum 14, huh? Start a stream. See you guys in 10 to 15 minutes. Gonna be doing a raid in WoW, and we'll switch back later to Gladius.